8, 1993, and it's approximately 2 p.m. Paul Bonacci is going to talk to me on tape for the next several hours, I presume. Paul, would you step in here and take your place? Paul, you're doing this on a voluntary basis.
Yeah.
Okay. And no threats or promises were made to you?
No.
To get to have you talk and to discuss this matter with me?
No.
Before we begin, tell me when you were born.
August 3rd, 1967.
Your number?
509.
And explain to me what multiple personality is. Because you've been a multiple one yourself.
Yeah, multiple personality disorder is a disorder that people get when they've suffered traumatic events, usually when they were young children, usually stemming from sexual abuse or satanic ritual abuse. And it's when a person has two or more personalities living within a body and stuff, or usually it's more than that. And they each have their own lives, and they each sometimes they see each other as being, usually they see each other as being a totally different person. But some of them know that they're multiples or that there's other personalities within the same body, but the majority of the personalities do not, and the main personality usually has no awareness of the other personalities at all. Usually he's totally unaware of everything. He just has to live through life with everybody saying, "Why did you do this yesterday?" and he doesn't even remember yesterday.
How do you switch from one personality to another? Now, you were multiple personality, right?
Yeah.
How many personalities did you have?
Altogether there were about 121 or so.
Did each personality have a name?
Every personality has a name. Some personalities didn't have names, but they weren't personalities that were very active. Some of them held just a very few minutes of time altogether, and it was just to hold a certain event or a certain traumatic episode in life.
And why do people develop these? You said because of traumatic experience, but why would a traumatic experience cause you to develop another personality?
I haven't figured that out myself, but I think it has something to do with the fact that the main personality is unable to cope with it. It's so traumatic that you have to create a system so that the main personality can go on living without having all the problems, because normal people who get abused and stuff that don't create multiples and stuff usually have a lot of emotional problems, have a lot of physical problems and stuff, whereas a multiple usually, the main personality can usually go through life pretty simply and nobody really notices it until the person starts getting older or switching behavior is so evident that there's not just one person there, that it's like you're dealing with several different people because they just change.
Does a person who's multiple remain multiple all their lives?
No. The multiple can become integrated. A lot of multiples, I think, go for co-consciousness, which is more like living with the other personalities, but everybody aware of what's going on all the time. But integration means that the personalities are totally gone, that you don't switch off from one personality to another personality, that one personality, usually hopefully it's the main person, all the other personalities integrate with them, and all their memories from all the other personalities go into that one person's memory, and the person learns to live with all of the traumatic events and learns to live in life and stuff without having to switch off to deal with daily events.
Are you multiple personality today?
Well, they say that I'll be a multiple all my life and have the ability to be a multiple and stuff, but I have no other personality, so no, I'm not.
Who says that you will be a multiple all your life?
Well, that's what all the psychiatrists try and say, is that once you're a multiple personality, you can integrate completely and stuff, but you always have the ability to dissociate into and create a new personality any time that's needed, which I don't know if that's true or not, because there's nothing that, after remembering my past, that anything in the future that could be any more horrible or any worse than what I've already gone through, so I don't feel like there's any need to ever have to switch back into that kind of a mode.
Are you saying that you're integrated now?
Yeah.
How did you become integrated?
That's mainly through the work with Pastor John and dealing with going through each of the personalities, finding out what caused the personality, and completely going through the personality, talking to it in my own, usually it was in my room and stuff, and convincing this personality stuff that he can live better if he's living with the rest of us. And in the integration process and stuff, the personality, usually I can see it inside my head, because inside you have a visual of everybody. It's the other personalities and stuff. And they grow up and they kind of just merge with you. And all of their memories come with them and stuff. There's no longer any need to have that personality because you already know everything that the personality knows from talking with them.
So when we talk in the next couple of days, as you remember things that happened in the past, is this going to be your integrated personality? How do I know that you're not going to go back into one of your other personalities and forget something?
Because there's no other personalities to come out or talk to. There's no other personalities you can, like I can step into. And if I forget something, it's mainly because I just don't remember it at the time or something. Sometimes somebody will say something and I'll remember it later. Because after integrating with other personalities, I have all the information they have. Whereas before, the personalities could just come out and tell you like that. Now I have to think about like a normal person, which is a little bit longer, but I still have a little bit better than my people because I know how to, I filed all the memory and stuff. And I can just kind of switch into that type of this is like a file in my head and stuff. I can just kind of switch back and stuff and try and go into that activity or that event and pick out what it is that I'm looking for.
Now, you said that Reverend Morrow worked with you on your different personalities. Did you go one by one and identify each personality and then discuss that personality with him in order to become integrated?
Some of the personalities, the ones that were more what I call the living alters, which is the ones I call them living alters because they were the ones that were living daily lives. I mean, they would like get up in the morning, one would go to school or whatever it was. They're the ones that ran the day. And most of my life I was out between like 2 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That was my normal time for me as Paul to be out. And so it's like they were, we had to go through each one of them and talk to them. A lot of times they came out and talked to them, even though I don't think Pastor John knew. A lot of times he talked to some of the other personalities. Sometimes I know he did. But yeah, I had to go through each one of them and discuss what created them in the first place. And main thing was I had to let them know that I cared about them and that I didn't hold any anger, toward them or anything for anything they had done. And because a lot of them thought that I'd be angry with them when they found out everything that was going on and stuff. And so I had to deal with that. And main thing was I think the ability that I wanted to be integrated because I didn't want to go on living a life when I didn't even know what was going on. It's like everything kept switching on me. It's like people would tell me something to do one day and a week later I was ready to go do it and they're like going, well, we told you to do that last week. And I was like, I don't remember. It's like that was just this morning, wasn't it? No, it's last week. It's like, okay, I thought they were going crazy or something when actually with me that was not really crazy but just switching because it's not psychotic. I wasn't psychotic. I didn't, it's not like I went out and did things that, like an abnormal person would do.
So, you feel that now, as an integrated person, you have full knowledge of all that occurred with all your personalities, and you can act as one individual.
Yeah.
Paul Bonacci.
Yeah.
And without any difficulty. So as I ask you questions in the next several days, and we're going to be together for several days, and as you answer these questions, this is Paul Bonacci answering them, but in the old times, it would have been one of your other personalities. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in the past it would have had to be some of the others because, like when I first started getting interviewed by Derek Caradori and the Omaha police, the other personalities had to come out because I had no knowledge of any of this stuff at all. I mean, like the police when they said that Paul Bonacci, said that nothing happened, they were probably correct, because they probably actually in fact, I know they got me out one time and stuff, after one of the personalities had talked to him and stuff, and then...
What do you mean they got you out?
They got me as Paul out.
Okay.
During the middle of one of their interviews about some of these people that had abused me and stuff. And the way they got me out and stuff was they kind of scared the other personalities, and I'm usually the one that's kind of the protector of everybody. Because even though I didn't know at the time that these were other personalities, I thought these were their other friends and stuff that I was protecting and stuff. I came out and the cops were sitting there saying, telling me to take back stuff. This didn't really happen, did it? I mean...
That's the way they interviewed you?
Yeah, that's the way they interviewed me. It's like when I was
Who
talking
interviewed
about
you that way?
Detective, or Sergeant Hoke. Detective Hoke.
With what department?
OPD. Omaha Public.
Have you ever been interviewed by the FBI?
No.
Never?
I've never met anybody from the FBI.
Never met them, or you never interviewed by them?
I never met them. Never even seen an FBI agent.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Finish explaining.
But, it's like with, when they got me to recant or take stuff back and with the police and stuff, all they'd have to do is apply a little pressure and stuff, which they knew I was an MPD at the time they were interviewing me. And the first thing they should have known, that with an MPD you do not apply pressure, because that just causes another personality to come out that, well, basically, you pressure all the personalities enough, and you'll finally get a personality that will admit that they either lied or either a personality that doesn't know anything about it and will say, yeah, So basically they were, with a multiple, they were in good hands, because it's like all you have to do is apply a little pressure, and you got a perfect recanter, because he's, already the traumatic events and painful events, or even anything that even begins to be abusive, the other personalities just flee, they run. If they can't handle it, they run. And so that's why they...
Did anybody else work with you besides Reverend Morrow? In your integrating your personalities?
No.
Sounds to me like you did a great job.
Well, he did, and God did a lot of the work. I mean, because I had to go back to my cell. Most of the integration happened when I was on my own and stuff, and I'd go through them and talk to personalities, and they'd be ready to integrate, and they'd integrate, and it was fine. And
so you, through strength, your own strength and your own faith?
Well, it wasn't my faith. It was faith that God gave me, because my own strength, I'd have quit. He gave me a strength that I made it with.
I'm going to show you some pictures right now, and I don't have any group pictures to show with you, but this is a picture of a man and a child, and I'll hold these up one at a time to the camera. Right there. There's that one, and this one. And I want you to tell me if you recognize that person, that man.
I've seen the same guy, right?
Yeah, same one.
It's like this one's harder to spell. Looks real familiar,
but... Think about it in your travels, where you might have run into him.
I'm not quite sure right now.
But do you think you've seen him before?
Yeah. Of course, he reminded me again of Jerry Lowe, that's from California, but I didn't know I remember this guy from. And I was trying to remember what Jerry Lowe was similar to that, but not quite that big.
Mm-hmm.
It never was. And I don't think Jerry Lowe would be around any women or anything like that.
Who's Jerry Lowe?
He's a... All I remember is that he worked for some government office out in California. And he did some work for Alan Bear with some of his houses and stuff out there.
Was he a government agent?
No, he was, I don't remember what he did. He used to be like a runner. He used to run information back and forth.
I'm going to show you some artist conceptions, and I want you to tell me if you've seen these people. I'll hold these up for the camera. This one. And here's another one. Now I'm going to cover the writing on these. I just want you to look at the pictures. I mean the conceptions only, okay? And so you won't have any. I don't want to prejudice your mind in any way whatsoever. And this is what. Let me put another piece of paper out there. This is what Mr. Bonacci will be looking at right here only on this piece of paper.
That's the picture paper.
And then this is the only thing he'll be looking at on this one. Anybody that you've ever seen before? Look familiar at all?
Seen a lot of people look like that, but nothing that I can really.
Nothing you can recognize?
No.
Okay. Now let's look. We're going to do something here. You through with those?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's look at something else here. Hold this up for the camera. This is another picture I'm going to show him. This is all that he'll see. He won't see any writing there.
Someone looks like me.
Take your time. Same person as this.
He just doesn't have a beard and mustache.
Hmm?
He doesn't have a beard and mustache. Seen him out on the West Coast.
For the benefit of people who are watching this video, this picture that I just showed you, the last picture, is the same person as the individual in these two pictures. The man in these two pictures.
Seen him on the West Coast. I'm not sure if it was California or Nevada though. I know it was out during a couple of trips that we took out there.
Out there?
To Nevada and California.
Okay, do you want to think about that? Instead of us continuing?
Yeah. think about it.
Let's think about it, and we'll come back to it, okay?
Okay.
Now, the next series of questions I was going to ask you had to deal with this man that you think you've seen before, but rather than continue, I will not ask any more questions about that case, but I do want to show you this picture, and I'm going to show this to the camera. And see if you remember this individual. Or if you know him. You don't know him?
Nothing.
Okay. There's not one you need to think about even. You've never seen that man before. Okay. Let's go back to, we're going to come back to this. Going to give you time to think about it and come back to it. Okay, later on. If we don't do it today, we'll do it tomorrow or the next day. But think about that in the meantime. If you want to look at his picture between now and then, some more, I'll let you just take these two pictures and just take them. I don't want to give you the other because it has writing on it, and I don't want to make it appear that I'm giving you information, leading information.
Yeah.
The newspaper article. Take that and think about it. Going back to multiple personality, I've been told that there's trigger words that can be used on MPDs. Can you tell me about that?
Well, they used to have a lot of trigger words. I could get some of that in there.
You have it there? Pull it out. Let's discuss it right now while we're talking about it.
Alright, well, no, that's not it. I know that's not it. It's at the bottom.
It always is, isn't it?
Not quite at the bottom. Listen now. Okay, that's not it. Don't need it, so. But this is a list on the class A, B, C, D, E, and F alters.
What is that now?
It's something I made on myself about the different personalities. It explains what class they were in. These are like the ones I was talking about that were living personalities, or class A alters. And like there's different groups, personality and stuff, and there's certain ways to get to each group. Yeah, I think I got the wrong. But like in order to get certain personalities, you'd have to say a code. That's usually
in order to get a certain personality. For these people, we're talking about these people. Who are we talking about? Somebody that would say trigger you.
People from the FBI, people from the CIA, the controllers.
But you said you've never seen an FBI agent before.
Well, I've seen them, but when I said I hadn't seen them, I mean none have come to interview me.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I mean, I've met lots of FBI agents, but I just have never had any ever
come interview
me.
Okay.
That's what I meant by that. I didn't mean that I've never met any.
Yeah. Okay.
Met a lot of them, but it's like with most personalities under. What could use Dustin? Dustin.
That is okay.
Zach, Ryan, and Bradley, which are all military type of personalities.
Okay, I'm going to hold this up. Okay, you got it there?
Yeah, I got a better one in here.
Okay, let's get your best one there. Okay. Just hold that up and explain.
But, it's like it's...
Okay, in the top it says Paul Bonacci, and it says Dustin here, and it says Zach, Ryan, and Bradley, is it?
Yeah, Bradley. Those were the ones that were in control of the ones that were under him, which was Carl. It's pretty much like a military operation. You got the leaders, and then you got your company commander, your platoon sergeant, your platoon.
This is all wrapped up in one person, you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's not leave this. Let's explain this further.
Put it over here.
Yeah.
But
Well, now,
the purpose for it is that each personality that was created for them, each one was just taught a little bit of how to do something, because they didn't want one personality to know too much. Like one knows how to, like maybe develop film, for spying and stuff. One might know how to develop color film, which they did, but one might know how to fly an airplane. One might know how to fly a helicopter, but none of them ever learned more than one operation.
you're talking about each personality now.
Each personality, that made them separate, so that like if they ever got captured, if they were spying or something, the personality that would usually get captured would be one of these lower ones here and stuff that wouldn't know anything. All they'd know is basically their name, if they were in the military, their name, rank, and serial number, which in my case all they'd know is their name, date of birth, and home telephone number or something. And I don't even know my home telephone.
Okay, let me explain this. At the top it says Paul Bonacci. What's this W off to the side, pointing down to Dustman?
That's means that, well, I got a bigger chart that shows it somewhere. Here we go. Let's see. Dustin's chart was right over here somewhere. Has to be over here somewhere. It's usually shared with another personality. You have to go through, like to get to Dustin, which Dustin is right here. In order to get to Dustin's group, you have to go through me. You have to go through this group here and this group here. It's like you have to go through all the personalities just to get to his group. His group is so far down.
Okay, so this is the big chart here, right?
Yeah. It's got...
This is the big
all
chart.
personalities, but it has...
This has got all your personalities on it?
No, it just has the main...
The main personalities.
All the circles mean that there's groups inside of each one of them.
Once you get up on the other side of the camera and take us through this chart while I'm holding it up for the camera.
Okay.
First of all, go look at the camera and see if I'm getting the whole page.
Yeah, I could always take it off and bring it up there.
Okay. What do you got there? I mean, no.
I got a...
You got the whole page?
Yeah, I got the whole page. Let me zoom in real quick.
2 pages?
Yeah, I got both pages.
Okay, come on up here and explain it now. I'll hold it.
Hang on, let me get this. I can see Paul Bonacci. Okay. Okay, now I can come up here and explain it.
Okay, why don't you stand over here? It's a bit easier, I think.
Okay.
You see it easier.
This is,
We'll go through step by step, starting with Paul Bonacci here and Paul Bonacci. Why is Paul Bonacci on this page and why is he on this page?
well, these are actually 2 charts I made. Each one of them represents, this guy's Christian Bonacci over here. He's one of the main controllers. He's also over here. He's in control of 33 personalities. Zacharias Knight's in control of 21 lower personalities. Mark's in control of 21. And it took Christian and Zach, and they came together and they agreed and they made Christian. They made another personality that the 2 of them had to agree on to let him out. Whereas before, like Christian, anyone that was under him, he could agree on himself to let any one of them out. But on these ones, they were like trying to create, or both of them had to do it, and then on Mark Anderson and Zach created Dane, so both of them had to agree when they let him out and to let his personalities out.
No, under here, Kristen has 8 and Dane has 7 personalities under him.
Yeah, under them. And it's like under Todd here. Todd was he was split from a different thing. He came off the main core line from me, just like Christian actually did.
Mm-hmm.
And I put them down lower since these 3 are together. But Todd has 10 personalities under him, and Micah has 18 under him. But over here, when we get to this group,
What's
I
W?
was separated. The W means that you have to go through one of these.
Oh, you have to go through one of these personalities to get to
Yeah,
W?
I gotta... Let's see. I think I got one here. But, maybe I don't have one in here, but oh well. Thought I had a chart that said what the W stood for because it's kind of hard to remember everything. You know, and I know what it means. That's why it's got the block there.
Mm-hmm.
That means I can't go, oh, that's Wesley. He's the only way that you can get to these guys.
Okay.
Wesley is a personality that I never knew about until just before I got out of prison. He would be the one that would decipher information. When people would go to get information to me and stuff, if it was something he didn't want me to have, he would block them. He'd get in front of them. It's like when I was in my building, I had a building inside my head, which I seen. I could walk through the halls and stuff. And there was an office I never knew what was in there. It was Wesley's office. Before my door. There's Wesley's room, my room, and there's like an invisible shield. Whenever one of the personalities was trying to give me information that he didn't want him to have, he was like the all-seeing eye. He was like, oh, he knew everything that was going on with every personality. And he'd stop them right before they could leave. They couldn't get to my place because he'd have that invisible filled up and they'd run into it.
When you're in prison?
And they'd have to go in there. Well, no, it was any time.
Okay.
Past. But when I was trying to get information inside there, he was the one that blocked everything or twisted stuff up. They'd have to go in there and check it with him. Then they'd have to come out and go to me and stuff, and sometimes he'd take the information and he'd twist it all around, and the personality would try and tell me stuff, and there'd be a block. He was like a wall that blocked stuff. And there was no way to go to these personalities without going through him directly. That's why it's brought the broken line. It means indirectly I had to go through him even though I didn't know it. But I could go to these ones down here without that because I could go straight to them. These guys I could go straight to. These ones were a little bit more difficult because I had to go through these and him. But I could go directly to him if I needed to. But these ones down here I had to go through him first.
Okay, this is Dustin
And,
here.
Dustin was like in control of the military, all of the military personalities. He was in control of all of them.
And these are all military personalities down
All
here?
these ones over in here. These ones over here dealt with Satanism and...
Okay, let's stay on the military and then come across. We got Alex, Zach, Sean, Ryan, Brent, Bradley, and Carl.
Yeah.
Carl's got 21, Bradley got 6. These others just
ones-
have circles. They don't have any.
They have personalities under them, but those are all on their list that I have.
But they're on another list, huh?
Yeah, I
Okay.
didn't figure it out
So-
because they
so
have so many that I just...
In order, if someone had to deal with your military background, they would have to go through
Well, in the past I would have had to go through Wesley.
Wesley to
They'd have to go to
Dustin,
and Dustin.
and then Dustin would have to let him in there. A combination
Yeah.
of both of them.
In order to get any of the information that they'd all know, you'd have to get Wesley and Dustin together because Dustin takes orders only from Wesley,
Mhm.
which means that he can't tell you anything unless he's got orders from above to tell you anything. These guys down here can't tell you anything unless Dustin says it's okay. And anybody in his group has to go through Carl. Carl has to go through Bradley. Bradley has to go through these two, and these two. You know, it's like the military. Whenever it's like passing the buck upward.
Yeah. And
Everything
then
goes
this is
down.
your satanic information, right?
That's the ones that dealt with satanic stuff. This one dealt with... Kelly had like 50-some personalities that all dealt with being locked up in different situations, like in prison, being stuck in a box, being, you know, tied up and stuck somewhere. He dealt with all the kind of...
There's
Yeah.
Wesley here again, though.
Wesley there used to be called confusion, and this used to be death. He
Life,
dealt with all the death.
life.
He
It says
changed his
life.
name. He changed his name after...
From death to life.
Yeah. When they started before they integrated stuff, they didn't want anything to do with the Satanists anymore, so they all changed their name, and he changed his name to Wesley. I don't know why,
But the top of here for the
but
satanic.
his name is West Lee, not Wesley. It's
Okay,
Wesley.
West Lee.
Yeah.
And this is Paul J. Bonacci, and then we have Wesley, not West Lee,
Yeah.
and life, which is actually death, and
Paul
Kelly.
Jr. used to be, I forgot what his name was even. He changed it though because he didn't like,
Mhm.
because his name was, he had a satanic name actually.
Military, satanic, what's this?
They dealt with kind of, I'm not sure. I mean, I've tried to deal with their personality, their memories and stuff, and they really weren't really bad. They were mainly dealing with in-between stuff. I mean, it was like nothing that was too abusive and stuff, but they just kind of came out. They had bits and pieces of information to give, but mainly they were like, well, actually, these two here all had computers. They were like the computer personalities. They stored all the information. They made everything on like microfilm and stuff inside my head. They made it so that when people asked me details and stuff, that I knew exactly what was going on or what, you know, why when I took trips to places and stuff, I could tell them, you know, every town we went through on the way to Colorado or something. And that was because we used to play a game and we used to do the alphabet. Me and Mike did. I picked it up, but they're the ones that stored.
You and Mike.
They stored all the signs inside.
Mike is who?
He was a, no, he ain't another personality. He was another kid that was with us.
Oh, another kid? Okay. All right.
Okay,
What's this group here?
They dealt with almost all the. They dealt with a little like Dungeons and Dragons, but they were all sexually abused personalities and stuff. So they were the ones that were first created, and they were purposely created. They weren't natural. These ones were created by the same group of military that used a lot of Satanism in the military personalities, because the Satanism caused a lot of personalities. They could use it like sacrifice and stuff because it would cause, you know, altars and stuff. They would use, sometimes they'd even have fake sacrifices. They'd, you know, make you think that they killed somebody. They'd even take take a body or something, but they'd let the kids see exactly where they buried the things at, or the people at that they supposedly kill and stuff. And even if they do kill a person, they'll bury the person right in front of the kids, and when the kids leave, they dig the body up, and they'll incinerate it or cremate it. And the kid, you know, if he ever goes forward and stuff, says, "Well, I know where the bodies are at." He's going to take them exactly where the body was at. They're going to dig around and not find anything, and they're going to say, "Well, the kid's incredible because, you know, he doesn't know anything."
Right.
That's just to do that.
What are these over here?
These are. That's actually a chart just of Christian, but this guy's personalities. Those are the 33 personalities.
Oh, so this chart just fits under this one then?
Yeah.
That's
mainly because the very reason I got these ones out is this one's right here had the personalities that were running my life mostly. I mean, they go with the class, like I was saying, Class A altars. The majority of the Class A altars, there's like 20 Class A altars, and almost every one of them is on that list there. That means that all these personalities were the ones that were running my day-to-day life. They're the ones that were
actually over here. On the big chart, they're over here.
Yeah, they're over here, but you know, this guy here, he had the most of them. I mean, he had Mikey, which is on there, Alexander, Mike Bonacci, Michael Bonacci, Drew, Nicholas, Joshua. Top 9 are all under him.
Mm-hmm. They were running your day-to-day life.
They were running, because they're the ones that had most of the activity. Even a lot of the activity that took place, they knew about.
So this chart here is a master chart.
Yeah, that's the master chart.
That's the master chart. Okay.
I can see.
Now let's go. And you show me Christopher's, which is 33 personnel. Christian. You get that one out. Let's run by that one again. That's right here.
It's right there.
Okay. Now you show me Christians, and these here are the personalities that fall under this one category right there. Okay. Now let's go through one at a time and throw them on the chart.
Okay. This is Zacharias, the next guy.
Which is right here.
Right here in the middle.
Okay.
And he had, I think it says 21 personalities on there.
He has 21 personalities. Are there 21 names on here?
Yeah. There's 21 names on it.
Okay. So this is off the master chart is right there. Okay. Continue.
And yeah, Mark Anderson. It was created because of Harold Anderson.
Okay. Where's Mark Anderson?
He's right here.
Mark Anderson's right here, and this falls under that category. Now, you said something just now that's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
he was created because of Harold Anderson.
His last name came because of Harold Anderson. He was created before he got abused by Harold Anderson, but he never had a last name, so he picked up the name Anderson because, I don't know why, but mainly because he was the main one that dealt with Harold Anderson.
Okay. Tell me about your relationship with Harold Anderson.
Well, I was involved with him about 6 times, or not 6 times, about 10 times sexually, and he was kind of sadistic, like to tie people up and burn them with cigarettes and stuff like that.
Did he tie you up and burn you with cigarettes?
Yeah, me and some other kids.
How old were you at the time?
It started in about 78. I think it was close to 78. It was in 78. And so I'd been about 11.
Okay, let's continue with some of these other characters.
Okay, and then we got Christian. This guy down here.
K-R-I-S.
I had to go through these two. Zach and Christian.
Okay, here's Christian right there.
Yeah. And he's got 8 personalities under him. And most of his were all still little kids.
Oh, right
when
here.
I got
This is
arrested.
right here. Okay.
It was one of the personalities in his group that was partially responsible for me going to prison for what happened in 1985.
Why was that?
Well, one of the personalities that was
I see.
out was like 6 years old, and it was with a cousin of mine that was talking about some stuff, and touched him, and then one of the other personalities came out. Christian came out and went punched telephone pole and stuff because he knew that was wrong and stuff. And that's now 17, and they said it happened in 87, so they could charge him with it.
Yeah, okay. Let's go to another one then.
And this is Dane. A lot of his personalities.
This is what now? Which one? Where is he on this chart?
Dane's right there.
Oh, Dane. This is Dane. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't say Dane. It says Paul and.
Zacharias and Mark are the ones created.
Oh, here's Dane right there. Okay.
Yeah, that means that's how you get to him. You have to go through him. These two, I had to go through these two and
To get to Dane, and there's Dane down here with 7 personalities.
Yeah, most of his had the name Daniels or Knight.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Next.
We got Micah. And Micah's over here.
Mike is has 18 personalities.
Yeah, they were kind of ones that kind of, I don't know what you'd say. They weren't really, I don't know if they were really computers or not. They were just kind of, they seemed to be able to put stuff together easier. I mean, they got Alan Baer's last name on here.
Why Bear's last name on there?
Well, that's how they were created because of him. They were created to
experience
store.
you had with Bear.
They were created to store information about him and stuff like that.
Yeah, in other words, an experience you have with Bear, or a series of experiences.
Yeah.
Okay. Next.
Todd. He's next to Micah.
Okay, he's right here.
Everything's pretty much in order. So.
Good. Okay. And tell me about Todd. He had 10, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're right. You're right on target.
Yeah. But most of his, a lot of them have the person that abused him's last name, like Wise, William, there's a Bonacci, Gall.
Okay.
Anybody who had a different name than Michaels or Bonacci or something like that, I put the name down.
I can have a copy of all these.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
And, let's see. Next
We're moving over this way.
Suppose Dustin's out. I got him on board. Dustin, Shayanta. Okay, this is getting into Paul Jr.'s personalities. He has 36 personalities.
Okay, where are we?
And
Paul Jr. is.
right here.
Yeah, Paul Jr. is right here on the chart, and that had to do with your satanic activity.
Yeah, you notice 6 groups of 6. Each group has exactly 6 in it. And there's 6
Okay,
groups.
would you explain that? There's 6 groups with 6 people in it. Okay.
Each group is a different age. All these ones are under like baby personalities. They were created during the times that either infants were sacrificed or was like an Alec. Alec was created because there was a kid that was sacrificed who was named Alec, and they prayed the spirit into me, and it became.
They what? Prayed the spirit into you?
into me.
Okay.
I was only about 3 years old at the time, and that's how I got that personality, Alec. And these ones are all like that. I want to stop on this, but I can't find the file. I have a file on all of these. I'll give you.
On each one of those.
It tells you what each group stood for, but this is like the oldest group and stuff. They dealt with, like some of them were
Okay,
like
what group?
magicians.
This is when you were 3 years
The
old.
infants. These ones are like 5, up to about 5 years old. And these
Okay.
ones are like from above. But each group also dealt with just one type of activity. Like I think they dealt with like magicians and stuff. They're like the
Okay, let's keep going. What was this group?
magical power. See, I'm trying to remember what that group was. And there was
Age-
one group.
age
This one
what?
here dealt with like human, like not really human sacrifice. They dealt with like the Knights of the Round Table and stuff like that. I mean, they had their own castle. They had their own running their own show and stuff.
These
on
were
there.
adults.
These were the oldest ones. Yeah, they weren't really adults. They're like 6 up to 16, I think.
What's
16,
this group
20.
here?
Damien and Ananiah, they dealt with, I'm trying to remember exactly. I have a list somewhere, but I forgot where I put it at. On what they dealt with.
Okay.
They split. That's not exactly it, but they dealt mainly with a certain thing. I mean, like some dealt with babies who were sacrificed, some dealt with, these ones were abusive to other kids. They were forced to beat up on other kids and stuff like that.
This group here.
Yeah.
That's 5, 6 years old now.
Yeah, they were like the brats. They were like created
Okay.
to
You don't remember
beat
this
up
group?
people. Shanta, I think they were created for having I think it was either this group or this group that was created to have sex with other kids that were their age and stuff.
Okay.
They're created for that purpose.
What age group would that be?
That'd be, let's see, under 10.
Okay.
And they were created, if there's this group or this group that was created as magicians. That was their whole purpose, was magicians. And some dealt with all chants. One remembered all the chants and stuff, and all of the spells and stuff like that. That's
Can you do that for me? Give me chants and spells? Can you remember that?
No, but
No, not right now,
No.
but can you?
yeah, I can do.
Huh?
I can do that. I can put them down on paper.
Okay.
I'll tell you.
And did you put them on paper yet?
No, not really. I don't. And that. And then I didn't make charts.
Wait
for
a
these
minute, we
groups.
haven't finished these groups here.
Okay.
This is a magician. We had an interruption and had to cut the tape because the battery ran out. So we will continue with the interview at this time. Come on around, Paul. Who were?
Well, I'm actually standing
We
up.
were here before, I believe. Huh?
Yeah, I was standing up.
You were standing up, right? And I think I was explaining, or I was mentioning that we hadn't covered these two interviews here. I mean, these two groups.
Yeah.
And now, when on the break, when we were recharging the battery, you came up with some more paper, so we'll
Yeah, I found the charts that go with
found the
this.
charts that go with this, right?
Yeah.
Further detail this. So, do you want to explain these then, and then go into those charts?
Okay, this group here, which has Damien, Ananiah, Druid, Case, David, and Peter, they all dealt with, they were in charge of doing the chants and doing animal sacrifices. So that's what their whole purpose was to deal with animal sacrifices from 80 to 84. They were out and they were in charge of doing the chant stuff, so they remember all the chants that they did. This last group was the one that handled eating flesh and drinking blood, human blood and stuff through the same time period as from 88 to 84 and stuff. And that was their whole thing, was doing that, plus they also were the highest level of the satanic altars, so they were the oldest ones.
You want to go back, since you found your notes, and
Yeah.
go through each of these other groups then?
Well, like I said, Alex, this one represents babies that were killed, or wish they were the babies that were killed. And that went from 1970 to 1984. That's when they were all created. It was in that 14-year time span. This group here was the ones that were forced to have sex with children that were under 6 years old, because they were themselves under 6. These are baby altars. These are under 6. The next group was all under 10, and they were forced to hurt other kids to gain higher levels in the coven. And this group here was all the, like I believe I said before, they were the ones that were into witchcraft and doing the chants and doing black magic and stuff. And they were like 10 to 14.
You said these did the chants also on the human side.
Yeah,
and
they did the
animal
chants.
side.
All they did was black magic. They
This
were
group here.
magicians. They were magicians and
This group here.
witches. Yeah.
This one did the animal sacrifice.
So they did the animal sacrifices and the chants, because
Okay.
they're separated.
You mentioned that these people did chants also.
They did the chants for the
Black
for their
magic.
black magic and stuff. That's all they had. But they had all the chants that were involved with magic and Satan and stuff. So that's where that's.
Okay, and you have a chart for that?
Yeah.
Let's hold that up. I don't think you can see it though. These are notes that you made earlier.
Yeah. Those are notes I made earlier, and
They're in pencil also, which is a problem. What's this here?
trying to
Oh, this is what they each did.
hold them straight again. I think I can.
Let me turn them sideways first.
Yeah.
Okay, there they are.
Pencil part I can't see, but
Yeah.
that I can get most
Well,
of
we'll
it in.
clarify this. These notes here are in pencil, and they explain each group. These pencil parts.
So I got a perfect photo on each one of them right now, and I'm going across the page. Okay. Now you can turn it sideways and see if I can see the lettering. See if I can focus in on it. Just hold it steady. Yeah, I got a perfect one. Okay. I'm so glad this thing has autofocus on it. Okay, now to go down a little bit. Okay.
Okay.
Move the paper so I can see.
Sideways.
Well, all together so I can see the chair, so I can focus it on the chair again.
You want me to
Yeah,
remove
just pull it down.
Okay.
That way I can.
Okay. 'Cause we still have to go back into the charts.
This is gonna look real fun on the tape part of this
How's
thing.
that?
Huh?
How's that?
All the movement. But it'll look okay.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm back.
Okay, now you're back. We've got this
I
one
don't have a
covered.
camera.
Now we need to go to,
Now we need to go to one of Dustin's, which is down.
yeah, here's Dustin.
Dustin?
Dustin's here on the
Dustin
master chart, and here he is. This goes right in there.
Well, this goes into Carl's.
Okay, so,
Dustin right here.
huh? This is the next one we should have?
That should be the next one, because that tells who his people are. Okay, Alex and
Zach.
Zach, they, and I also have more notes on them, so I can look them up real quick and tell you what everything is. It's almost better when I had everything in my head. But Zach's group was mainly made up of like a computer system in my head. They were like, all the personalities in them held specific things for containing all the information. They had hypnotic suggestions and stuff. Some of them weren't real personalities. They were just kind of hypnotic ones. That's the ones under Zach. Ones under Alec, they're not personalities. They're simple, you know. They're just kind of a file system to hold memories of all the other alters and stuff and keep everything from being united into one personality. They try to keep everything from being put into one personality. Alex is he's the controller of that network. And then after him you go into Sean and Ryan, and Sean and Ryan's total purpose was
Sean is Ryan on the master chart.
yeah, Sean and Ryan down here on the master chart, and they're also up here. Sean had a lot of personality and stuff. They were a lot of them were hypnotic suggestions. They had really no memories and stuff. They just gave names to. I gave them names to simplify and stuff. A lot of them they held like learning how to drive a tank, or.
Well, did you actually know how to drive a tank?
Mm-hmm.
Who taught you that?
That was part of the military training with Monarch.
Okay.
So.
We'll go into that later.
Yeah, and then we got Ryan, and he had abilities too, and they were mostly intelligent and sabotage and learning how to spy on other people and other places, and that was their whole purpose for being created. And then the lost personality, as I call him, is Kelly. But
Kelly's not on here.
Well, Kelly's down here.
Oh, he's over here.
Okay.
You're going back to the satanic.
Yeah, I got the chart in the wrong place. I thought it was the lost guy that I had lost a long time ago. I looked at the wrong name when I was trying to read it. That happens every once in a while. On this one here, I should explain. Paul Jr.'s name used to be Demaya. He changed it. He didn't like it because it was a satanic name, and he wanted nothing more to do with that stuff, so. I'm getting all of you. Then we got Bradley, who's down here.
What, did you have any more on Kelly?
On Kelly, his personalities were just ones that were locked up all the time.
Oh, they're locked up in behind doors and closets.
Locked up,
and...
closets, prisons, stuff like that.
Okay. So when you were in prison, did you have Kelly's personality, or were you integrated then?
I had him when I first went in and stuff, so it's like he dealt with a lot of the beginning stuff, so.
Okay.
And then we got Bradley's group here. They were all had set purposes and stuff. They had been, had military training and stuff like that. And some of their names were like Sylvester, Roger, Scorpio, Magi, Dennis, and Robert. And they're...
You had 6 personalities.
Yeah, they were forced to do things with other men for the military to kind of blackmail politicians and stuff to get the military whatever they wanted. And then we got Carl, who's not the last one. Brandt's the last one, but
Carl's here and Carl's here.
yeah, Carl. There. Well, same one as up here, but his group, and it's very specific on everybody that was in his group and stuff. He had 21 people, 3 groups of 7. He had Simon, who was like a computer sergeant at the clerk. He was like the one that ran that. And he had Logan, who was an electrician tech, Donald, who was a computer tech, Perry, who was a secretary, Wesley, who was a secretary, Edward, who was a computer specialist, and William, who was a computer specialist also. And they mainly ran, you know, when we had to deal with like computers either inside my head or outside, they're the ones that ran them and even fixed my sister's computer when I first got out because she had some problem with it. They just went in and straightened it out. It was just on punching stuff in right. And she's been through school for that and she still didn't know how, and her instructor didn't know how, and I just went in 5 minutes and I had it completely fixed.
Impressive.
And then we have Jeff, who is the secretary chief. He's like, or security chief, not secretary chief, security. He was in charge of security inside. He's the one that kept us all safe. He was like the very violent one.
This is the 21 personalities, yeah.
Yeah, and he had Jackie, who was a security guy.
Go over, sit down, and go over those notes in front of the camera.
Okay, good.
We're still talking about Carl, right?
I want to sit down. Take a drink. Get in the middle of the table. Pull a chair inside.
He's across personalities.
Yeah. Jackie was one of them under him, and he was like in charge of security. He's the one that kept everything tight-lipped on these, so they wouldn't say nothing. Shane was a weapons sergeant. He knew all about weapons and stuff. He was the one in charge of putting them out. Dan, he's the one I used to call Ninja all the time. He's the martial arts instructor for all the other personalities. He taught all the other ones how to fight, which wasn't hard when I knew how to. You know, I was the highest degree one. And then you got Brian, who was in security, and then you got Douglas and John, who were weapons specialists. They fixed them and tore them apart and tell you about an M60 machine gun and all that other stuff. Then down below you got Shanna, who was in charge of demolition. You got Fox, who was an engineer. Sloan, who was a demolition expert. Henry, who was an information and demolition. Tom, who was a pilot. Greg, who was an information sergeant, and Nick, who was an explosives expert. So that's what their total purpose was. It's like all he knows about it was in the past when I wasn't in grade to have gotten him out. One thing he told you about is, you know, how to make things blow up. You know, how much dynamite you'd need to blow up a bridge or a building, or...
You learned this all in the military.
Yeah. How to
now,
light up your Christmas tree.
Did we cover Bradley's 6 personalities?
Bradley...
Here's here, yeah. Bradley here.
Yeah, we did him just before.
And how about Brant?
Brant, he was actually not a personality for abilities. He was a personality for disabilities, mostly. He was the one that caused blindness for me. I mean, in the physical body, he would cause these things to happen. It's like while my vision would go out on me sometimes, he'd block things out so I couldn't see memories of things. He'd actually take pictures that people would show me and show me somebody else. Like he'd show me a picture of somebody, and he'd show me a picture of the Pope. That's what I'd see. And you're showing me a picture of Ronald Reagan, he'd show me a picture of the Pope, just to confuse me. He had deafness, numbness. He gave me a temperature, he gave me weakness in the arms, chest pain, seizures, headaches, weakness in the legs, weakness all over, cramps in the legs, stomach cramps, speech slurred, and touch disability, because I used to have no feeling in my fingers. He's the one that caused that. Because every time he ever got in trouble, they used to smack his hands, or cut his hands, which I got cuts in my fingers, so he decided he didn't want no feeling in his fingers, so he just did that.
Okay. Okay, how about this last chart here? This is this Dustin. Can we go through Dustin already?
Dustin was the one that just had the, I think that's somebody else's chart, isn't it? Carl's chart.
It's Carl's chart?
Yeah.
Oh, Carl.
Listen, go
Okay,
down.
yeah, through Carl.
I went through Carl.
Okay, you already went through Carl.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is Carl here, and this is Carl.
So glad to get all this organized.
Okay, that's a master chart. How about this? Can we go through this?
Bradley? Yeah.
We went through this earlier.
Yeah, we just went through it a minute ago. So I got all
Let me
that.
throw this up on the camera, 'cause I don't think we have it on the camera. Do we have this on the camera?
No, I don't
I
think
don't
so.
think we did either, yeah. Here's Bradley. We went through Bradley. This is Paul, Dustin, Alex, Zach, Sean, Ryan, and then Bradley. And then Bradley breaks down into Carl and Brad. Well, wait a minute. Bradley here breaks down into Sylvester, Roger, and oh, that's your 6 personalities. Okay, I got it. Here's the
I'm
Bradley
getting the-
6.
Hold the master chart up real quick, because I got a perfect... Okay.
That's your 6 personalities of Bradley. Did you explain them?
On Bradley?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And Alex behind his finger. That's the one I couldn't see.
Alex right there.
Yeah. Okay. Then I
Okay.
can move it back and I can...
Okay, we explained all
refocus.
the charts now.
This isn't like the America's Most Wanted crew that came in. They had their own cameraman. But this is going pretty good.
I think it's going very well.
I just gotta get the chair centered.
Now it says here you had a total of 199 altars minus only Wesley. This is in a document that he wrote up, right?
Yeah.
You want to explain that?
Oh. Altogether there were 199 altars minus only Wesley. Not counting myself, for the most part only about 30 contained a lot of memories. And only 20 were memories of outside of abusive situations. That means that there's only 20 of them that didn't go through abuse. Or times outside of abuse situations, or times of being manipulated by others to do their bidding. The altars could be classified the following ways. First, many were caused by sexual abuse. These ones have most of the incidents fully intact. They also have a few who are very mature and who in themselves turn from the abuse. Some were stuck as children, and almost none knew they were part of myself. And I do in fact have charts for each group of altars as they were classified by
Okay.
myself. The Class A altars, which I'm going to hold way out there so that maybe the camera can pick it up, maybe not, I don't know. But
You want to explain that?
yeah, if you move. Class A altars were ones that were living day-to-day lives. They don't include the controller personalities, which a controller is somebody who's in control of making sure the right personality comes out at the right time for whatever activity is taking place. These personalities would go to the store, they'd go to school, they would study German, or they'd do your normal everyday things that I could even do. Class B altars, these were altars that were mostly present while I was a child. Most of them have never even fully grown up. So many most of them were before the integrated stuff, were still children. Some, most have several memories, and normally the activities are only with a certain individual, with one person. That's it. That's their memories. Whenever they're with one person, that was their whole responsibility, was being with that person, with whatever they did. That was their purpose. Class C altars. These altars are only partial personalities. They have several memories but are not full. They were used for one direct purpose only. They also contain altars. Contains altars that were very organized at keeping track of memories, such as the computer files. Class D altars are those that were split off from other altars, who were higher functioning altars that dealt with day-to-day life, but they couldn't handle some of the activities that even took place with them, so they split off alters of themselves. These alters are have very disturbed memories. Since none of them contain full memories, some have partial memories shared by other alters. And Class E alters are control or lead alters who are either in control of other alters or have triggers to set off their own abilities or that don't make no sense. Their own abilities or inabilities. Oh, inabilities. Okay. Then Class F alters are personally split off from other alters. These hold very small, I mean they could hold 5 minutes of time. And that's all that they would ever hold. Some of them were involved with Satanism. Some had triggers, and their sole responsibility was as messengers inwardly to make sure that others were out at the proper time. Or they were alters who became fully internal prior to the discovery of MPD. Some of them actually got integrated before they
Excuse me. Now, before we go any further, I'd like to point out that that you, Paul, have listed all your personalities by alters.
Yeah.
And I'd like to put these on camera.
Okay, I'll...
So you won't run the camera and I'll identify each group.
Okay.
This is Class A. And those are all the personalities. Those are all the personalities, right?
Yeah. Let's see. Let me get this all on.
Tell me when to turn the page.
I'm just gonna... Okay, you can turn it.
Okay, these are your Class B alters. And these are all, we're all in the charts, right?
Yeah. I got them all listed.
You got them? Should I turn the page?
Hang on, I gotta go back up on the other side still. If I didn't have this mounted, I'd take it off.
Okay.
Okay, you can go.
And this next group are Class C alters. Take it off.
Second. Yeah, I gotta take it off. I can do this better without it on here. And it doesn't take but a second to
Okay.
put back. Be careful since this thing is well, come on, focus. There it goes. Okay, go on.
And the next are Class D alters, all of whom are listed on the chart. You got some empty space here, 31 through 35. Does that mean anything?
No, I just didn't put anybody's name in there because there was nobody there.
You just, okay.
I want to move your finger down at the bottom. I'm missing Sylvester. Okay, you can go on to the next one.
Next is Class E alters.
Come on, focus a little bit better.
Can you read these on camera?
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe we ought to go through the charts that we had and do this to them, don't you? Because you couldn't read them.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, when we get through with this.
Yeah.
E, and this is F coming up.
Alright, going a little bit further. Okay, there we go. I'm not doing like they do on TV where they give you 2 seconds to look at it. It's like a flyby view of it. Okay. That should be it, I think.
Now let's go through this. Hang in there. Let me go through these charts.
Okay, let me get this. Oh, there's a strap. What do you know?
You ready?
I'm gonna get this cord over here so I can
master chart.
Okay, let me get this. Dustin's entire group.
Tell me when you're ready.
Paul Jr.'s group.
Huh?
I'm just looking at the different groups at it, one at a time. Okay.
Okay. Now, next I'm going to show you Bradley's group. And on the master chart, that'll be here through to Bradley. Right?
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Okay, you can go on if you want.
Okay, the next I'm going to show you will be Carl's group, and this is the master chart. It'll be Dustin through to Carl and his 21 personalities.
Okay.
Next will be Brant's group. It'll be Dustin through to Brant. Excuse me.
Okay, you can go on.
Okay, and next will be Paul Jr.'s group. Let's look at the chart here.
Let's see, Paul Jr.
It'll be right here. This is the satanic group.
Let me zoom in on that. Get it focused. Focus.
That's the master. You're looking at the master now. You ready to go to the next?
Hang on, I gotta get it.
Huh? You ready?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, now, here it is with the 36 personalities.
Just like your eyeball, it needs to focus.
Yeah. Tell me when to go.
Okay, you can go.
Okay, this is Todd's group. This is the master chart here, and this is, we're going to go Paul through here to Todd.
Put Todd in the center, there.
Here's Todd.
It's like, where's Todd? Focus.
Here's Todd. Here's Johnny.
Where's Johnny? Oops, I didn't mean to touch it. Okay, there's Todd's group. All the way down to the Henry Gall that wants to be different, not focus very good.
Todd's group has 10 personalities, according to the master chart. Ready to go to the master chart now?
Yep.
And this is Misha?
Micah.
Micah. M-I-C-H-A, is it?
M-I-C-H, yeah.
H-E. M-I-C-H-E.
No, it's H-A, yeah.
Okay, Micah. 18 personalities. That's where, this is the master chart. Now we're going over here to Micah.
Whoa, back up.
Go back to the master.
No, I'm talking about, I had to back up the camera. It's a little too close for me. I gotta go forward a little bit so I can read the names. Okay.
And the next will be Dane's group. And on the master chart, it'll be down to here.
I gotta find the paper again. Where is it?
Right here.
Yeah.
This is the master chart. Okay, now here it is. It's Dane's group. Dane has 7 personalities.
I can get all of them on a close-up so I can get it. I see their names real good. Dane. Okay.
Okay, and next is Kristen. That's this one right here with 8 personalities. Come through the chart to Kristen. That's the master. Here's the detailed chart of Kristen. Kristen's 8 personalities.
Okay.
And next will be Mark Anderson, which will be over here. That was created because of your experiences with Harold Anderson, right? And here, this is the master chart. Now here's the detail chart.
Oh. Okay, 1 minute. Let me get this back up so I can. Come on, should be able to see all the names. Okay.
The next is Zacharias Knight.
Zacharias Knight.
Zacharias Knight, and that's this group here. That's 21 personalities. This is the master chart. Here's the detail chart.
Okay.
Okay, now, next and the last is Kristen Bonacci. That's this right here with 33 personalities. This is a master chart. Right
So
there.
you gotta get it focused. Okay.
And here is the detail chart.
Boo, back up.
Me?
No, I'm talking about
Talking yourself.
the camera. I need to back it up a little bit because it's just a big, you know, I gotta go in and go across it. Otherwise I'll never get them all on the same shot. Oh, come on, go in a little bit closer. Maybe it'll focus a little bit better. Okay, there we go. Back up. Okay.
Ready?
Yep, that's it.
That's it. Okay, put the camera back on the tripod and we'll get on with the next step.
Ah.
Don't turn it off, I'll leave it on.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Fortunately, I've got it.
I don't want to turn it off because they might think something might be said.
I'm sure I picked it up, but I can't help it.
Huh?
I'm blowing my nose.
Oh well. You gotta blow, you gotta blow.
Okay.
Come on, tighten up. It doesn't spin around on me.
Do we hold it? Can we hold it?
Oh, I got it.
You sure?
It's still going. Yeah, it's just I thought it spun in and it didn't. Oh, no wonder. Forgot to put the bolt up.
Want me to help you? I'll be glad to come over there if you need me. Don't get that shy. Let me hold it.
There, we got it.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Let's see if we can get away with this. I'll turn this so it doesn't allow the camera to just flop back and forth there. Almost have a little bit of excitement. It's like,
Okay,
I just got attacked by a vicious dog. Now I get it focused on the chair again, but that's easy because I know where it goes. Oops. This one needs to come up just a hair. Okay.
Okay. Now, next thing I want to do, I want to go more into detail on these, but before we do, I want to clarify a point. When we were recharging the battery, I asked you about a statement that you made earlier on tape that you'd not been interviewed by the FBI, never met anyone from the FBI, and never even seen an FBI agent.
Yeah.
Now, when I first interviewed you in prison here last fall, you said that you had met a number of FBI agents, and I want to clarify that discrepancy. Can you explain that?
Yeah, what I meant by not meeting any FBI agents, I meant involved with the Franklin, anything dealing with the Franklin case, dealing with Johnny Gosh. I'd never met anybody dealing specifically with this case. I had met FBI agents prior to being arrested and stuff with different things I was involved with and stuff, but I had never met anybody dealing with Gosh or with Franklin. So not any related matters with the Franklin case or with Johnny Gosh. So I've never met anybody with that.
What you're saying is you've never had a formal interview
No, I've never been
with the FBI
No.
since the Franklin Credit Union case broke. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm
okay. So I want to clarify that because you told me in the last interview that I had with you that you had met 7 or 8 agents, I believe.
Yeah.
And I want to get into that later. Okay. Now, what I want to do next is I'd like to go through. We're not through with the chart, by the way, Paul. I'd like to go through the chart, starting with Mark Anderson, and explain each one of these. Why Mark Anderson? You said something earlier. Is there any further clarification of that? Because you.
With Mark Anderson, it was mainly dealing with. He started when I was about. I think it was before I was 6.
Harold
That's when
Anderson, you're talking about.
The personality started.
Okay.
Before I was 6 and stuff, as just Mark, and never had a last name. And years later, he was the personality that dealt mainly with Harold Anderson, and that's where he picked up the name Anderson for his last name.
What is years later?
About 1978, I believe.
Well, how old were you then?
I was about probably 11 years old.
Okay, and who is Harold Anderson?
He was the ex-editor of the Omaha World Herald.
Publisher, I think he was.
Well, yeah.
He was a publisher.
Yeah, he was also the editor.
Was he before
I
that?
believe.
Okay, before he was published, he was an editor.
Yeah, and I know that happened in. I'm just double checking. 78, yeah, because I met him through a guy named Walter Carlson. And that was at some.
Who's Danny Moulton Carlson?
Huh?
Who's Carlson?
Walter Carlson.
Walter? Okay, who is that?
He was one of the first guys that really started abusing me on a regular basis. And he started in about 76. I met him at Hanscom Park. My family was having some kind of family reunion or something, and he was the guy that was there, and I was kind of off to the side and stuff. And he talked to me and said, you know, I might like to come over and play some of his nephews or something sometime. And so I agreed to and stuff. And sometimes he started. At first it just started off, we went over his house stuff and we watched cartoons and stuff. Then it started into showing regular movies, and then he started showing movies with men and women having sex, and movies of men and boys having sex and stuff. So it kind of worked out. And there's other guys like a guy named Ken Bruner, and
Who's he?
he's a guy that used to be with Carlson and stuff at parties and stuff at Carlson's house, or at Joe Burke's house. He was also another guy that was involved with them.
And what were their occupations?
I have no idea what their occupations were. I never,
You don't know
I was a
Carlson's?
kid. I didn't know.
Carlson's, Bruner's, or Burke's occupations? You never did know it?
I never knew because I was just a kid, and I never, they didn't volunteer any information.
You haven't learned since then, have you?
Mm-mm.
Okay, keep going.
But they were involved with a whole group of guys who, again, they were molesting other kids, and they did the same thing to me. And
Does that have to do with Mark Anderson's personality?
yeah, that had something to do with it
those are the
because
sub-personalities under
yeah,
Mark Anderson.
a lot of the personalities were abused by those guys and stuff, and along with the other personalities that are in this general area. But it was through them that I met Harold Anderson at a party and stuff, and that's when I started to meet with him.
That's when you got into the big time, huh?
No, kind of, because after that I met some other people.
Who else did you meet through Harold Anderson and these people?
Through them, I really didn't meet too many people. I met a guy named Robert Andreessen, who was a big guy that lived out in Ralston, and used to kind of be real threatening if you told that he would hurt you or something.
Who's Andreessen professionally?
Professionally, I'm not sure what he was. All I know is a big guy. I never got to know what anybody really did for a living. You know, I never even knew what Harold Anderson did, except for one time I was told he ran a paper. That's all I knew, is that he ran a paper. I didn't even know what paper.
You subsequently learned who he is, though, right?
Yeah, a lot of them I learned since, and a lot of them I haven't.
Okay, how about Zachary Knight? That personality, how'd that develop?
Zachary Knight developed about the same time as Mark. He was one of the controllers and stuff, and he developed through sexual abuse, and he decided he couldn't handle it too much, but he was also one that dabbled into Satanism. So.
Okay, who's he? Professionally.
Who?
Zachary Knight.
I don't even know. I mean, the last name, I've been trying to figure out where that's come from for a long time.
Okay, who else did he introduce you to?
What is it? That's nobody.
What's that chart you're looking at there?
It's the chart of the guys who abuse me and stuff. It just has their names, approximate sexual activity with each person, with that person, the year I met them, or about that time and stuff.
Okay, we look
from what town they're from, and then involved with what group of people, like if they're involved with Nambler or Carlson or Bear or...
Okay, we can go over that chart too then later on, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he introduced me to... Through Zachary, I got involved with like Emilio and stuff, and...
Emilio, you want to explain who Emilio is?
Emilio's the guy who abducted Johnny Gosh and kidnaps kids for a living. That's, I've come to learn, was his occupation, I guess.
Okay, who else did he introduce you
I don't really know. There's just a lot of people he introduced me to.
to? You didn't know their names, in other words?
Well, yeah, I know their names, but all personalities were involved with a lot of the same people, so...
Well, I see. So there's overlap. How about Christian Bonacci?
He was the first one that was created.
Okay.
And
how old were you when that happened?
About 3. He was created at first because of the sexual abuse that the guy that was in the Air Force was letting one of his friends do. And he was also created to start handling the tough things, and when he couldn't handle it, he created a new alter that was a controller, which was Zach. Then he created Mark. Then they got together and they created the other ones, and they got together and created all the rest of them. So.
Kristen and Dane.
Christian's the one that was also a Christian personality that became a Christian before.
K-R-I-S-T-I-N, Kristen, not Christian.
Christian, yeah.
Yeah.
I was talking about Christian up here.
Okay. So, Kristen, K-R-I-S-T-E-N. I-N. Was an outgrowth through Christian.
Yeah, Christian and Zach.
Well, how did Kristen, K-R-I-S-T-E-N, I-N, and Dane develop?
They developed when some of these personalities up here started developing consciences, so they tried to push.
Oh, I see. So Christian, Bonacci, Zachary Knight, and the Mark Anderson personality developed a conscience. So then you pushed them into another personality.
They pushed into another personality that would.
And that would be Kristen, K-R-I-S-T-I-N, and Dane, right?
Ones that were more willing to do what these people wanted because they started saying that was wrong and they didn't want anything to do with it.
Now, this is a group up to 6 years of age.
No, those are all ages.
Well, these are all ages? Okay.
Yeah, those ones are all ages.
And this is under the dissolved.
I mean, there's some in there that were like 18, 19 years old. So.
Well, then going over to this next group, Todd and Micah. Mikey,
Micah.
M-I-C-H-E.
Well, it's C-H-A.
Okay, Micah.
Micah.
These were up here on the chart. What about them? They were developed how?
Well, they were developed to deal with specific persons. like with Alan Bear, and one dealt with Larry King, and
Okay,
he just dealt with the different.
Explain who Alan Bear is.
Alan Bear is the ex. I guess he's the ex heir to the J.L. Brandeis and Sons. He also owns a lot of realty and stuff out in all over the country, and he got some buildings out in San Francisco. Some that got damaged in the earthquake in '89, and I only know that because I was in the house and he was talking about it at the same time, talking about his buildings that got damaged.
In '89?
Yeah, the earthquake.
You were in the house since '89?
Well, one of the personalities had gone back and had seen him and stuff, and was at his apartment one time. He was talking to one of his.
Before you went to jail?
He had a female attorney. Yeah, it was 3 days before. Wednesday, I got arrested. Actually, Saturday morning at about 2:30. A couple of days before that, I told him to go F himself, and because he wanted me to get some of my young friends to go to his parties, and I told him no way to go F himself, and I left.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me I'd be sorry.
That's the last time you saw Alan Bear?
Well, when I was there at the apartment in Twin Towers, he was talking to one of his. I guess she was an attorney out in. I believe she was out in California, out in San Francisco, where the earthquake hit. And they were talking about a building that had been damaged by the earthquake, and the elevator didn't work, and the people that were complaining and stuff, which would be really neat to check out, because, how would I know you had a building out there, and how would I know that it was damaged by the earthquake if it indeed wasn't?
What kind of a building was it, do you know?
I don't know. It was an apartment.
Apartment? Okay.
It was a building that people lived in, because they were talking about some of the tenants were complaining because they...
Do you remember which personality visited his house?
Yeah, Mikey.
Oh, Mikey did, okay. And
he's under Christian.
Well, no, Mikey isn't under Christian. He's over here.
No, that's Micah.
Mikey.
Mikey.
Oh, Mikey.
He's not a controller. He's just a personality, so
Okay.
he's in that group there.
Okay, how about Mike and Todd?
Mike and Todd stored a lot of information. I remember. And they just stored information about certain people that were involved with specific people. I mean, they dealt with all kinds of different things. Jimmy Escobedo was the one that was involved with Emilio, that he was scared to death to say anything to anybody. Personalized under him and stuff were the ones that remembered specific details about places. Nathan Price was named after, I forgot who the guy was. A guy named Jerry or something like that, Price. He dealt with that. And Eric and Benjamin Howard dealt with a minister that was a gay minister from Colorado. Who was also in charge of a gay church, which...
Well, we're in Colorado.
Near Colorado Springs or something. It was one of the MCC churches they had, Metropolitan Community Churches. And then Sean and Dimitri Bear were dealing with Alan Bear. That was it. Todd's personalities dealt with higher class people. I'm saying that Alan Bear is in higher class, but they dealt with a little bit higher class people.
I mean, you're talking about politically affluent, influential people.
Yeah. But I don't know, I mean, like this Gall, I know he was a senator or something, or congressman or something, Gall.
How do you spell it?
G-A-L-L. And a guy named Weiss and a guy named William, which I got Prince William. That's because the guy called me Prince William. Weiss called me Prince. So he just took the guy's last name and used it too.
Okay, keep going. You want to go to the next group, which would be your satanic group?
Okay, and then you got Paul Jr., who used to be called Demaya. Demaya was a demonic name in the first place, and that's why he decided to change the name when he got saved.
Uh-huh.
And personalized under him were the group that we talked about that had the 36 in it, 6 groups of 6,
Right.
which is the satanic
Right.
number. Then you got Wesley, who used to be called Confusion. He used to confuse all the information about everything, and he didn't really have personalized under him. He just had confused thoughts under him, I think. Then there's Life, who used to be called Death. He's Life now because he was one that went from the mode where I'm going to kill myself all the time to, hey, it ain't so bad. I can handle this. I've been through worse.
Uh-huh.
So he kind of went from death to life. And then there's Kelly, who dealt with being locked up all the time, and he just kind of disappeared the last 4 months of being in prison. Actually, the last year he disappeared. He wasn't even around after I went to the parole board and they yanked my parole. No need for him.
So we pretty well dealt with this other group, I think, in detail,
Yeah.
didn't we? The Dustin group.
And we
Okay, get your chart out there that you had that shows everybody you've been involved with and the dates and the towns and so forth.
Okay.
That's yours.
Yeah.
That's yours, this is mine.
Okay. Is that the same thing as this, or?
Yeah, it's the same thing. You said this is...
Oh, that's right.
Well, that's America's Most Wanted. I'm going to go over that
Yeah.
in a little while. I want to go through this next section.
Okay, let's see.
You mentioned Larry King just a minute ago. You want to explain who Larry King is here?
Larry King used to be in charge of the Franklin Credit Union, I believe. I think that's what it was called. He was the thief. I don't know what he was.
Well, he was charged with embezzlement and fraud, I think.
Stole $38 million and gets 15 years.
Yeah, and
poor old Jim Baker steals $4 million and gets 45 years, which they reduced it all the way down to 12 now or something.
I think, yeah.
Praise God. Well,
Okay, these are charts and records that you kept. Now, let me ask you this. How can I be sure that these are documented dates and times and so forth? Did you have a calendar or a diary or what?
I had one diary I had 7 diaries. All 6 of them disappeared. The 7th one, a couple of months were ripped out of it. It had names. The one that had 2 months ripped out of it had names, phone numbers, addresses of all these guys and stuff in it. Because they had a front part and the thing in it.
How'd you reconstruct it?
I used my mind. Part of this was pretty simple because I remembered when stuff happened, so I just went off of the memories. I had a little calendar for something, but I don't know what it's at.
You showed me a calendar, a year-by-year calendar not too long ago.
Yeah, the year-by-year calendar is something that I created since I've been out too.
Oh, since you've been out, you didn't have that at the time.
No, that's from the internal memories and stuff. But there is something in there that was off of a regular calendar that most people would probably look like junk, but it went off of a real calendar that I've got downstairs. I know exactly where it's at if I don't find it in here. But there we go. See if I can find the back side of it. That's definitely not the back side, but it'll do. What I'll have to do, I got the other side of it because I had stuff written on the other side of the chart, the calendar, but this is one of the things I kept. I had to refocus it because I missed some of it on that side, but it's a little calendar that's about actually like this big, and I just blew it up. Enlarged it so that you could see everything that's written on it. The other side had some writing on it, stuff about Monarch and stuff, but that's not the other side, that's just...
Who stole your diary?
When I got arrested, my mother remembers that my diaries were all sitting on my dresser.
Okay.
She had seen them, all the books and stuff I had on my dresser. And when the police arrested me the night I got arrested, they all disappeared. And they took a bunch of stuff. They took a bunch of stuff. They took some videotapes, which I hope they had fun watching John Jakes, the Power Team. And
what was on the videotapes?
Just ministers and stuff like that.
Sex acts?
No.
Do you have any porno films there?
I didn't have any pornography at all. I'd never gotten into pornography, and I never...
These other people were into pornography, though. You told me before.
Well, yeah, they were into it, but I didn't get into it.
Okay, so the police have your diaries?
Well, I probably burned them by now. But...
Well, did you ask for them back?
They said they didn't have them. They gave one diary back, and that's when they were 2 months out of it. And that's because that diary my grandmother gave to them, so they knew that somebody in our family knew that they had them. The other ones, when I got arrested, the night I got arrested, they took the videotapes, they took pictures, like what you've seen already. That's the picture they took. Some of them were like from 1980 when I was 13 years old. Some of them were before that.
Which picture? No.
All of my photographs that...
Oh, there's pictures. Yeah, okay.
But all those
Oh, your
photographs
friends, photographs of your friends.
photographs of my friends when I was growing up and stuff.
They
and
took
the police-
those?
They took all of them. They took the videotapes, which didn't have anything on them, anything bad stuff. They took the diaries, which they never said they took them. They took a antique movie camera that didn't even work, as far as I know, because we just got it the day before that, so nobody knew if it worked or not. An antique projector, an antique screen, and all this stuff. Nobody knows if it worked or not because it never got a chance to be messed with. And they took it was like an old little tiny package like that didn't have film in it. They asked me what they were going to find in the film. I said, well, probably nothing. There's nuts and bolts in the casing because I took the film out. I figured it's been sitting there for over 20 years. The film ain't no good. Because especially if it's been exposed to light several times. And
Right.
So they took all that. They gave all of it back except for the diaries.
Let her get it. She got it.
They're good.
And then did you say they denied that they ever had a diary?
They denied they ever had the diaries. The only one they gave back was the one my grandmother gave to them. That's because they knew it.
What did you have in the diaries?
I had written down. There it goes. It's on.
So,
Yeah.
okay, we're back. Handled my phone call. Nothing serious. Just a flood in Los Angeles. And this is a list that you compiled from your various records in your diary, and from memory that were in your records and diary. And the police took your diary, never returned it, claimed they don't have it.
Yes, all
Now,
6 of them.
on this list, this is the what? What's that first column?
That's the number of times that I was with that person sexually or whatever.
The number of times that he's with each of these people sexually. These
Some of them I didn't write because it's
so many times.
just too.
I can tell because I recognize his first names. Second column, the name of the individual. Third column is the year. The fourth column is the town. And fifth column is identifying the group that each of them was involved with. So why don't you just go right down the list.
Okay.
This card right over here. Just go right across and say who each one of those people is.
Okay. Walter Carlson was one of the first guys who sexually abused me.
How old were you?
I was probably about 8, 9.
Okay, and who is he?
All I know is he was the first guy who started sexually abusing me.
Okay.
He got me involved with some other guys. That went on from about 76 till 1983. He was from Omaha. He was involved with his own. Second guy is on the list is Peter Citron.
You don't have any numbers there. Why? Because these
Well, those are because there's so many times that I don't.
Okay.
I can't put it down.
Peter Citron.
Peter Citron, I met him in 1979. I was at a Penny Park with some of my friends, and actually I was with my family and stuff, and he was with some of my friends who introduced me to him, and later on we went to some movies, and then he began having sexual activity with me.
How old were you?
I was probably 12, right.
And he's an adult, of course.
Yeah.
He was with the Omaha World Herald.
Yeah, he was with them. He was on TV as a critic. He did food critics. He did movie critics. He did just about everything.
Okay.
There wasn't a critic. And I knew him from Omaha, and then he went to San Francisco for about 3 years, from about 81 till about 84. And I used to take trips out there once in a while. I met him on my own. I also seen him at parties with Alan Bear. Now the third person is a guy named Father Stan, or O'Malley. I don't know what his name is for sure. All I know is it's something like Malley or O'Malley. And he's from Omaha, and I met him in 1976 before I met before I met Walter Carlson, and it kind of went on once in a while.
How old were
on
you?
Mondays. I was 8.
And what are those asterisks next to those three names for?
That they were some of the main ones.
Okay.
I don't really know what the asterisk is. I forgot.
You don't have any numbers as to the number of times there, so there were so many.
Yeah.
That in that column, so there were so many you couldn't count. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. The next person is Alan Bear, and I met him in 1979. It was August 4th or 5th because it was the first weekend right after my birthday. Because my birthday's on August 3rd, and it was right after that. And I would have been turning 12 years old that year, so it was right after I turned 12 years old that I met him. And I'd met him before at a couple of parties with some guy named John Phillips, who was also on this list further down. In fact, on the next page, in fact. I was with him 2 times, but I think it was with him anyway. But anyway, this guy took me to a couple of parties and stuff where he introduced me to this guy, but at the time he never had anything to do with me until I was down the run with my friend's Mike and met him that way. Next column is from town. I got that his address is 6724 Davenport. He had several phone numbers I remember. It was like 341-4777 and 5. I can't read it on here. 556-7898. I think that's his home number that I remember calling several times. And that is 596. I can't read it. I don't think it's 596. I don't think that's the Omaha number. 556 is it. And next guy is Robert Andreessen. The only reason I don't have numbers next to Robert Andreessen is because
you don't have numbers
3 times. I don't have numbers by it, but it only happened 3 times with him. He was from Main Street in Ralston. That's where he lived at. And that went on a couple of times from about 77 to, well, what was it, 77 up till 83 or 84, I'm not sure. So I got away from Carlson's group. Next guy I got on here, his name is Shauner John Dell. It's actually Barks Dell was the name. He did something out of Boys Town. Met him in about 80, and he was involved with Alan Bear and Larry King and that whole group.
Alan Bear is the heir to the Brandeis fortune.
Gail Brandeis.
Yeah, we've already explained that. How many times on him?
The
first call?
About 10 to 20 times.
Okay.
He was also the one that took me to parties and stuff. He was a black guy. Hanging around with Larry King a lot. Next guy is a guy named Dwayne or Dave, and I was with him about 5 to 10 times from about the same period, 80 to 85. I'm not sure about his name at all, but I know he operated a pool out at Boys Town. He was one of the pool operators. He cleaned it.
Oh, cleaned it, okay.
And was involved with the parties with Alan Bear and stuff. The next guy, 5 to 10 times, which actually should be updated to 50 to 100 times, although he won't ever admit it, but I met this guy in prison even, seen him in there.
Oh, was he in prison just last?
Yeah.
Really?
He was coming up stuff, and he recognized me, and the funny thing was, I always thought, well, how did he recognize me and know all about me and stuff, and come up and start talking about the Franklin case stuff. You know, if all of a sudden I didn't have nothing to do with him, and he wouldn't admit, well, I don't remember you, as he kept saying, but it was Chuck Miller, and I knew him from about 81 till 83, and then I got away from him. And
is that the guy in prison?
Yeah, he lived on 30th in California in Omaha, and he was kind of involved by himself. He was kind of in a group all by himself. He didn't have a big group. I met him down on downtown area and stuff, and some of his other kids that he was messing around with.
These guys pay you to do this?
Bayer did, and the people at his parties usually paid, like Barksdale and Dave and stuff usually paid me, and Chuck Miller, he took me places. They used to take a lot of trips, and that's easy to check on. They used to take a lot of kids out of the country and down to several different places that he took us to.
Okay. Keep going. What did they pay you?
Huh?
What did they pay you?
It depended. Alan Bear, sometimes I'd get drugs, sometimes I'd get money. I'd get anywhere from $20 to several $1,000s for depending on what I had to do and how long I had to be there or whatever. It's like I went to some parties, some got paid $5,000 just for going to it. Letting people do whatever they wanted to.
Where would that be?
Well, when we took trips to California or took trips out of state, and even some trips that we took to other towns like Des Moines and stuff, we'd get $1,000. Something was nothing.
5,000 on some occasions.
Yeah, 5,000 on some occasions. Like out in California, we went out there. We had to go on to Sunset Boulevard, which is near Beverly Hills. Which you got Beverly Hills is where the ladies hang out on.
Right.
Beverly Hills Boulevard, and then you got Sunset. What is it? Sunset Strip, or is it? What was the name of that street?
Santa Monica.
Yeah, Santa Monica Boulevard. Why was I thinking Sunset Strip? Santa
Well,
Monica
Sunset,
Boulevard.
you got Sunset Boulevard and then Santa Monica Boulevard.
Santa Monica Boulevard is where the teenage male prostitutes hang out at.
Right.
That's where they used to send us, and we'd get kids for parties and stuff there. We'd take them back to the Beverly Hills Wilshire Hotel, or to the other one that's right there too, that they have another hotel that's sold.
Bel Air?
Yeah.
Bel Air Country Club. Bel Air Hotel, Beverly Hills.
And then I remember one because when you walk in the door, there's like it's like you look through it on one side and you got something on the other side. It's like a big glass thing that's right on the thing, and you look through it and it kind of makes everybody else distort on the other side.
Yeah.
We used to have fun with that one. And when we go in there and stuff, sometimes the hotel manager of some of the restaurants, or not restaurants, but the hotels would make you kind of, when we went in there and stuff, they made sure that we were dressed up nice.
Yeah.
And we were always there with our uncle or with our parents on vacation. We were, especially at the Beverly Wilshire, the Regency.
Yeah.
You had to make sure that you were there on, because it's like they were a high class. They had a restaurant there, but it was a high class hotel, and they made sure that most of them were like that. They made sure that you were, and they knew what was going on.
Sure they did.
When you're there with Larry King, and he has a 2-floor plaza, and he's got 90 kids going into his parties and stuff, and 20 adults, and
Would there be that many? 90 kids and 20 adults?
Probably about 20 kids and 10 adults, or sometimes it'd be 30 or 40 adults and 40 or 50 kids. And some of the places we went, they did that.
The male and female kids, or?
They had males and females, yeah. Some black, some white. They sent me out on the Santa Monica Boulevard a lot of times, to tell people, there's a party there and stuff, and you show up, you'll get, $500 just for showing up, which is more than they make out there on the streets anyway.
Yeah.
Usually they make 10, 15, 20 bucks, 50 bucks.
Did anybody worry about AIDS?
At that time, no. That was in the early 80s when that first started, because before AIDS came out with, it's like they'd make $500, and then that was a lot of money for that kind of business. But
Keep going down the list.
the next one is Rusty Nelson. He was a photographer. There's actually 2 Rusty Nelsons. I got another Nelson down here below. But
How many times for Rusty? First column.
5 to 10 times. I was from 81 to 86. He was a photographer. His address is 5035 Bedford Ave. Phone number is 556-6239. And he was from Bear and King. And his wife is named, Rusty and Dolores. Starts with a D. They used to be foster parents, which kind of fits right in with everything that they were doing. And he did photography for Larry King. He stayed there for a while and stuff. And when they were foster parents, the ironic thing was they weren't even married yet. They got married after they had the foster kids and everything. And yet they were still allowed to be foster parents. And okay, so the next person is William Thiessen, and it is the guy who owned the pizza place, and I had debate in my own head and stuff, and I wasn't 1,000% sure if it was or not, but now I am.
How many times?
10 to 20.
In Omaha?
From 79 to 85, yeah.
In Omaha?
In Omaha. And he was involved with Citron and Anderson and that group with Bear and stuff. Next guy I got on here should be actually 200 to 300 times that I've been with him, but I put on here and stuff 20 to 30, but that was how many trips I took out to New York and Boston, which was where he was from, is David Thorstad. And you're here from 78 to 86, and that was New York and Boston, and I was involved with NAMBLA.
He was in NAMBLA?
Yeah, he was the founder of NAMBLA.
Oh yeah, David Thorstad?
Yeah. David, David, I know his middle name, but hold on. Tell something right now. I don't remember it.
How did Thorstad tie into these other people?
He got tied in with Carlson because he was associated with some people that Carlson knew and stuff. Some of Carlson's group was getting involved with NAMBLA because of what they did and what Carlson and them were doing. They agreed with this, so they had contacts with them and stuff. And David Thorstad came in and talked to him and stuff, and took a
He came into Omaha and talked to him on a lecture, or just talked to him?
He talked to them socially. lecture. He talked to them socially and stuff. And he came in and stuff, and I was at the party that he was at and stuff, and a couple other. He had some kid that he brought with him, and he took a liking to me and this other kid that was there at the parties and stuff that Carlson had and stuff, and he told him that, he talked to us and stuff, and he decided that he wanted us to come out to his place and stuff once in a while.
Where did he live?
Out in New York or Boston. I'm not sure if he lived in New York or Boston. I know every time I went there, we went to either place. He had two places that he stayed at.
What does he do for a living?
He was a freelance photographer or journalist or something like that. I know he took a lot of pictures. And I met him before NAMBLA ever formed. He was part of the Boise Committee, which was the Boston Boise Committee. I don't know if you ever heard of that. It was the group that NAMBLA came out of. I mean, I was involved with that before that and stuff. They got me in touch with a bunch of people all over the country. I mean, that's how I got involved with all these different guys. They provide the names to the kids. They would never provide kids' names to the adults until they got really into it. So much, in fact, that, it's like David Thorstein and stuff. They weren't dummies. I mean, it's like the only way they'd start providing names of kids to other men and stuff is if they knew that this guy was having sexual relations with children and stuff on a regular basis and was very active in it. Otherwise, they wouldn't, because they were afraid that it might be an undercover thing. They don't want anybody to know that they actually do that kind of service for people.
You want to explain what NAMBLA is?
North American Man-Boy Love Association.
And you know anything about the organization?
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
The organization is, they try and make look like they're doing things for kids' rights and stuff, children's rights and stuff, to make it. But what they're actually trying to do is destroy laws that prohibit men and children from having sexual relations with each other. That's their main and only purpose, really. They try and say, well, they're against all these things, and they got these things that state all their cause and stuff. They have a magazine out that's called The Bulletin. They send it out every month, I guess. I don't receive it, so I think it's still being put out by them. And they kind of promote things that try and make it easier, or not easier, but try and pervert the rest of the world by saying, well, there's nothing wrong with sex between men and boys, or men and children, or women and children and stuff, and it's just...
Women in there too?
Yeah, they got some women involved with it.
Okay. Were you a member or anything?
I don't know if you could call me a member. I was a kid when I was growing up through it, but I was involved with them to the point where I'd march with them and stuff like that when I was like 13, 14 years old, not realizing myself what this was actually doing.
Where did you march with them?
We went to... It was an anti-nuclear demonstration in Washington, D.C.
Who's paying your expenses?
I don't know.
Would they just hand you a ticket and say, here it is? Or?
Well, no, they wouldn't hand me a ticket. They'd come and they'd pick me up. They'd have somebody pick me up every time. They wouldn't never send me alone. No, they didn't do it alone. I mean, I had to have somebody with me when I...
Because you were a young boy, huh?
Well, not because I was young. I mean, yeah, that's the thing about it. I had to have somebody with me, and yet I should have all rights to do whatever I want anytime I want to, but they just wanted me for the sex. They didn't want to let me run around on my own. I had to be protected still.
Yeah.
But they didn't realize it protected from them. I had a whole list of everything I did with them. In fact, I had one marked NAMBLA.
We can cover that later. I'll make a note.
But we had an anti-nuclear demonstration I was at. They started in December of 1978. That's where they had their meeting at.
We had to, that was the conclusion of tape 1. We're on tape 2, beginning of tape 2. We had to change locations because of conflict of schedule and other meetings that were scheduled at the other location. Anyway, Paul, come on back over here. Let's continue with your list here, Paul.
Okay. I was at David Thorstein. I was talking about some of the dates that We got a better location now. We got the ocean. The bathroom.
Water pipes, yeah.
The bathroom is right there upstairs. Oh, I'll go anyway.
Yeah, go ahead.
I saw my David Thorstad, and it's like it was December 2nd, 1978, that they had a meeting out in
Who's they? Why don't you
Nambla.
continue with that? Oh, once you're going to talk about NAMBLA? Okay, we were talking
Well,
about
I was
NAMBLA.
talking about David Thorstad and how
Right, okay.
I was on, how I met him.
And you're looking at your calendar there.
And I have kind of marked. It's kind of weird how I mark things. I don't put anything except for.
Will that take it there? Yeah.
I'll have to get a close up on it later. It's like, I don't know how I even remember they like it in marketing thing. They just got NAMBLA written there. That's when they formed NAMBLA, when they actually formed it.
What was the date on that again?
December 2nd, 1978.
Were you there?
Yeah.
When they
In the
formed
Boston
NAMBLA?
Church.
Huh?
It was in a Boston church, yeah.
Remember the name of the church?
I got the name of it somewhere, but I have to think of it right now. Boston Community Church or something like that.
Who was there when they formed it?
David Thorstad, a couple of the guys that they became the steering members later on and stuff. I'm not exactly sure who was all there. I know David Thorstad was the main one there. I believe Andretti was there. Andriette, or I think it's Andriette. He was a kind of a kid at the time, so Bill Andriette. And several other guys that were there also. I'm not sure exactly.
How many people were there?
Probably 1 to 2 dozen.
Where were they from?
Mainly from Boston. They used to be called the Boston Boise Committee, and then they changed them to becoming
Boston what committee?
Boise.
Boise, okay.
B-O-I-S-E.
Okay. Conclusion of take one, we're on take two, beginning of take two. We had to change locations because of conflict of schedule and other meetings that were scheduled at the other location. Anyway, Paul, come on back over here. Let's continue with your list here, Paul.
Okay. I was at David Thorstad. I was talking about some of the dates that we got a better location now. We got the ocean. The bathroom.
Water pipes, yeah.
The bathroom is right there upstairs. Oh, I'll go anyway.
Yeah, go ahead.
I saw my David Thorstad, and it's like it was December 2nd, 1978, that they had a meeting out in
Who's they? Why don't you
Nambla.
continue with that? Oh, once you're going to talk about NAMBLA? Okay, we were talking about
I was
NAMBLA.
talking about David Thorstad and how
Right, okay.
I was on, how I met him.
And you're looking at your calendar there.
And I have kind of marked. It's kind of weird how I mark things. I don't put anything except for.
Will that take it there? Yeah.
I'll have to get a close up on it later. It's like, I don't know how I even remember they like it in marketing thing. They just got NAMBLA written there. That's when they formed NAMBLA, when they actually formed it.
What was the date on that again?
December 2nd, 1978.
Were you there?
Yeah.
When they
In the
formed
Boston
NAMBLA?
Church.
Huh?
In the Boston Church, yeah.
Remember the name of the church?
I got the name of it somewhere, but I have to think of it right now. Boston Community Church or something like that.
Who was there when they formed it?
David Thorstad, a couple of the guys that they became the string members later on and stuff. I'm not exactly sure who was all there. I know David Thurster was the main one there. I believe Andretti was there. Andriette, I think it's Andriette. He was a kind of a kid at the time, so Bill Andriette. And several other guys that were there also. I'm not sure exactly.
How many people were there?
Probably 1 to 2 dozen.
Where were they from?
Mainly from Boston. They used to be called the Boston Boise Committee, and then they changed them to becoming
Boston what committee?
Boise.
Boise, okay.
B-O-I-S-E.
Okay. Will that take us there? Yeah.
I'll have to get a close up on it later. It's like, I don't know how I even remember the marketing thing. They just got NAMBLA written there. That's when they formed NAMBLA, when they actually formed it.
What was the date on that again?
December 2nd, 1978.
Were you there?
Yeah.
When they
In
formed
Boston
NAMBLA?
Church.
Huh?
In the Boston Church, yeah.
Remember the name of the church?
I got the name of it somewhere. But Boston Community Church or something.
Who was there when they formed it?
David Thorstad, a couple of the guys that they became the string members later on and stuff. I'm not exactly sure who was all there. I know David Thorstad was the main one there. I believe Andretti was there. Andriette, I think it's Andriette. He was a kind of a kid at the time, so Bill Andriette. And several other guys that were there also. I'm not sure exactly.
How many people were there?
Probably 1 to 2 dozen.
Where were they from?
Mainly from Boston. They used to be called the Boston Boise Committee, and then they changed them to becoming
Boston what committee?
Boise.
Boise, okay.
B-O-I-S-E.
Okay.
Except that sounds like something that should be in Montana. And then I was at a convention in New York with NAMBLA in June of 1980. And that was for some kind of meetings they were having. And I think it was a parade or something they were having a parade, and I went out there to be around them and stuff.
And how many were there at that meeting?
I'm not even sure, but that one was just a lot of people. And then June of 1982, I went to I think it was Washington D.C. for I think it was during the 19th or so. I got the date written somewhere, but I can't read it. That's how bad it is. This is a bad copy. It was for a nuclear demonstration. That was in Washington, D.C. and stuff, and there were a bunch of us marching with a bunch of other groups that were marching against nuclear weapons and
That was
stuff.
NAMBLA?
Well, NAMBLA was part of it. There was some other demonstration that was taking place at the time for an anti-nuclear demonstration. So it wasn't just NAMBLA, it was all kinds of groups there. There was a big parade for it and everything. I just happened to take part in this with NAMBLA. Then in October of 82, I went to Philadelphia for a meeting that they were having. They had
October 82.
Yeah, 82. Now it was over, I think it's Columbus Day. It was in October. It was during Columbus Day holiday and stuff. They had a meeting at big convention hall and stuff.
NAMBLA again.
Gay, yeah. Well, they had other groups there too. They had the Philadelphia gay and lesbian groups there. They had people from what they called Fag Rag and magazine and stuff. They had Robin from the local gay youth movement they had out there and stuff. They had all their speakers and stuff from out there, and they had I don't know down. I got that written down somewhere. I have to get into that, but I don't want to get into detail with it right now.
We can get into detail later if we have time. Depends on how much time we have.
Okay. And then in December of 82, I went out to...
Well, how many people were at that Philadelphia meeting?
There were a lot of people at the Philadelphia meeting. They had FBI agents and everything else all around there. They had people from the press were taking pictures of them. They had all these gay people taking pictures of them. So it's kind of a big thing that I was shooting.
What was the FBI doing there?
We think it was the FBI. They were bugging the places that they're trying to find out what was going on with this group, what they were trying to accomplish, because it was a NAMBLA meeting.
Yeah.
But
who all from NAMBLA was there?
Oh boy, that's a big one, because there was a lot of people from NAMBLA. David Thorstad was there, Bill Andrea, the attorney that they had, which was Michael J. Lavery. I'm not sure if Hugh was there. I'm sure Wayne Sunday was present. Robert Rhodes or Manning Rhodes. I'm not sure what his first name right now.
Were you molested at all these meetings?
Well, there was on the trips that we were there, yeah.
So were you molested at the Boston meeting, and the New York meeting, and the Philadelphia meeting? Who molested you?
Different people. I don't know who they all were. I mean, Thorstad, there was Hugh Hamill, there was Wayne Sunday, there was Carl Ehlers, which was me. Summer convention, June of '80 was a picnic and stuff like that. We had.
Is that why they had you there?
Me and other kids that were there. That's what our purpose was for.
Okay, keep going. Anything more now?
Not to come back on them because there's a lot of them, but
Yeah.
I'll go on with
Well, let's discuss NAMBLA later on. Depends on how much time we have.
Okay. Next name on the list is Harry Anderson, who I met.
Is that Harold Anderson?
Yeah, Harold Anderson. I called him Harry. Whom I met through, let's say Carlson's group. I had sexual relations with him, I think it was about 10 times exactly. And I was usually at the Red Lion Inn. I think it was, I'm not sure, I think it was still the Hilton at the time. They changed the name right about the last part of the 70s or early part of the 80s. They changed the name from Hilton to Red Lion Inn, and I never had figured out which it was when I was there because I never paid attention to it much. But that's where most of them took place. I also went to Council Bluffs with him, and that was from 78 to 83. I was with him, and 83 we had a big argument. I didn't want anything to do with him, and that dealt with my friend Andy, who was doing sexual things and stuff, and I didn't want to be messing with my friend Andy.
What do you mean sexual things?
Well, we were at some parties and stuff, and he was having sex with himself.
Yeah.
When he was like about 12 years old.
Andy was 12. What's happened to Andy?
I don't know. I haven't.
Was he doing kinky things or just straight sex?
Well, mainly kinky things.
Like what?
Well, oral sex and we tied him up and stuff like that, which is why I really got concerned because he was going to do the same things that he did with me to him. And this was like my little brother, so
Yeah.
Anybody can mess with him. And
So,
anyway,
did he mess with him in spite of your argument?
he did up until then. And then I kind of was at all the parties and stuff, and it's like I kind of pulled Andy away from him. And
Would Harold Anderson allow this? You didn't pull him away?
He had nothing to say about it.
Okay.
Because I told Harold Bear that I wouldn't go to the parties anymore. Actually, I wouldn't bring any more of my friends to the parties if he didn't keep him away from Andy.
Because of the kinky things, or just in general?
In general, I didn't like the guy. I never did. I mean, because he always tied me up and beat me and burned me cigarettes and stuff. I just didn't like him.
What did he pay you to do that?
Not enough. $50, $75.
Tight on, huh?
Yeah. Next person on the list is Kent Bruner, and I was with him about 10 to 20 times.
Kent who?
Kent Bruner, or Kenny Bruner. He was involved with Carlson.
B-R-U-N-E-R?
Yeah, B-R-U-N-E-R. He was involved with Walter Carlson's group, and that's how I met him. Just there. And that went on from 77 to 83 when I pulled away from Carlson. In 83 I pulled away from a lot of guys. I figured they didn't, I guess, well, the personalities that were out and stuff at the time and stuff, went for the money after that. And they didn't go to Carlson's parties because they didn't get enough money for going to, so they stopped and went to. But it was also because my stepdad died and a bunch of their friends died and stuff, and we just.
They died. Your friends died.
Well, I had one friend that a couple of friends that committed suicide. And, my stepdad died, then my aunt died, and my great aunt died.
Why did your friends commit suicide?
Two of them I had no idea why they committed suicide. The other one was involved in Satanism, and he just couldn't handle it anymore.
Do the Satanists encourage suicide?
Sometimes. Depends on what their purpose for you is. If they have no purpose for it, yeah, they will encourage you to give yourself for a sacrifice, which I've never seen anybody actually do.
Give himself up for sacrifice?
Yeah, I've never seen anybody do it.
Yeah. But you've seen him go involuntarily.
Yeah.
You told me the last time.
Yeah. The next name is Joe Burke. He was also involved with Walter Carlson's group, and that was about 10, 20 times from 77 to 83.
What
He was
town?
one that I got in Omaha. And he's one that I got mainly involved with Carlson's group. He was the second one that I got involved in Carlson's group, and he's the one that got me involved with Anderson directly. And so I don't know what he did for a living. All I know is that he liked boys. I don't want to say much more. Next guy is, was at the time I thought he was John Mahoney, and now I know that he's Eugene Mahoney. And happened from 77 to about 86. I've seen him at parties, and I had done a few sexual things with him under 5 times. I was with him. In fact, I think it was more like 2 times I did something directly with him, and then there was other times I was with him that he was with other young men and stuff. And I met him through Bear's group. And then there's another guy, his last name was Nelson. I don't know what his first name was, all I know is that he was a lawyer.
Well, this last one, he's an Omaha.
Nelson?
The other one before that.
Oh yeah, Mahoney? Yeah.
Mahoney. What is his occupation?
I don't know what his occupation is.
Okay.
All I know is that he was a pretty powerful with all of
Break in here, Ted. You have a phone call from your sister. So
Oh, okay.
can you just break in?
Where can I take it?
Take it in here.
I'll be all right.
yeah, Nelson. All I know is that he was a lawyer from the Omaha area. That's his last name. And I met him in 83 and 84.
What old guy is he?
He's probably in his, well, at the time he was 83 and 84, he's probably in his 30s. Probably early to mid-30s. And I was with him twice. I met him at one party with Bear. Next guy is a guy named Jay Dura. He was also a lawyer. And met him at a lot of parties in Omaha, and I also seen him in Washington, D.C. And that was going on through 80 to 86. I was with Bear and also with King. I know he was a lawyer. We talked a few times. I was with him like 3 times sexually.
And he's from where?
He's from Omaha.
Okay. But he was in Washington, D.C. also.
Well, he went for a trip. A couple of trips went down there and stuff, but one trip I remember most. This guy's Mike Heverin. He's a teacher out in, I think it was Payan or something. He got canned because of contributing to delinquency or minor giving him cigarettes. But he had some very questionable tapes that I remember him doing stuff.
What time was that? When was that?
That was from, it was in 1980. Took a bunch of trips out to another town, and he used to film us doing different things.
Porno films.
Well, some of them were, but he filmed some other films too. But he also did that. For certain kids, he'd pick them out. I was with him about 4 times.
What do you mean you pick them out?
He
Kids
would,
on the street or kids that were with you?
He picked out kids from his class. 'Cause he was a teacher. Kids from his class and stuff, and they'd go on field trips and stuff, and then they would film different things, and then he'd pick them out during them trips and stuff, which ones he would start abusing sexually.
You take pictures of the
Figure
ones
out
you wanted
which
to go
ones.
after. in other words.
Yeah, he'd figure out which ones were easy targets. I wouldn't say anything.
How could he? Oh, I see. The ones you worried about, the ones that would talk. What town is he from?
He was from, I think, I'm not sure if he was from South Omaha, but I know that he worked at either Payne or one of the schools in Omaha. He got fired a couple of years back.
Oh, you said some school, Paley or something?
Payne or
Yeah.
La Vista or somewhere out there.
Is that a part of Omaha?
Well, it's in Sarpy County. It's
Okay.
not in Omaha. So. This guy, all I had was the last name. His last name was Todd. All I called him was Mr. Todd. He was with Carlson. I was with him 5 or 10 times in 77, 83. And it was in Omaha.
How old a guy is he?
He's probably in his early 20s.
And what, you know what he did? Any of these people did?
I don't know what he did. I know that, well, actually I shouldn't say it. I think he did something with, well, he was going to school. At the time he was going to UNO. So that's all I remember about him is that he went to UNO.
How many times did you say?
About 5 to 10.
And they're all
I knew he was a victim from before and stuff because we had talked a lot and stuff. He had grown up being abused by these guys, and he just was like 20. In his early 20s, I think maybe 20, 21.
So he was some of the earlier victims. I mean.
And they had, these guys had been going on for years before they ever got a hold of me. The next guy is Carl Ehlers, and he was involved with NAMBLA. I met him out in New York. And I was with him about 3 times, and a kid named Harold Baker. He was a kid that was always with him. When Carl Ehlers got arrested, not sure exactly when he got arrested, but he got arrested and charged with sexually abusing some girl or something. He had actually sexually abused a lot of other people, but they didn't really bring all of it out.
Where was he arrested?
I think in New York. I'm not 100%.
You know what his occupation was?
No.
You know where he's from? Was he from Omaha?
Carl Ehlers? No, he's from out there on the East Coast. I only met him through NAMBLA. This guy is Tim Anderson. And,
Any relation?
to
Harold?
No. Tim Anderson was probably in his 30s. And I met him through Carlson too. He's always at the parties. I was with him. I was going with him 3 times.
Where was this? What city?
In Omaha. His interests were in, at the time, he liked younger kids.
How old was he?
In his 30s.
Okay, you said that.
Next guy is Wayne Sunday, which I was with him 1 time. He's kind of a fat, plump guy, but kind of sick. Met him through NAMBLA 2 out in New York. Stayed at his place. Most of the time I was in town. I stayed at his apartment. And, he was on the steering committee with the NAMBLA. He's one of their head guys.
What did he do for a living?
I don't know what he did for a living. I know he was the head guy on the steering committee for NAMBLA and did a lot of work for them, but I'm not sure what he did outside there. I mean, I could probably figure it out.
How old a guy was he?
Probably in his 30s. Kind of bald on top, fat. And I had hair on both sides, but nowhere else. And guy. Next guy is Larry King, and I was with him under 10 times, which is actually about maybe 5 or 6.
The Larry King from Omaha?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then about Franklin King, credit union. Met him in 80, and I met him in 82 or 83 at the parties. seen him in 80 at rituals. I've seen him in 79 at a couple of rituals, but I never really knew who he was until 80, and then I was introduced to him. And in 82, 83, some stuff happened. I met him at the parties I met him through Bear. And then he started inviting me to his parties and stuff, which I never really had to do anything with him as long as I kept his big shots that he brought in happy. He didn't expect nothing from me. He paid me good.
Who were the big shots he brought in?
A lot of them, I don't know. A lot of them were like senators and congressmen from other states. A lot
State
of them,
senators
he'd
or
send
U.S.
me
senators?
to them.
State senators or U.S. senators?
State senators, U.S. senators, congressmen, governors. I mean,
Do you
that's
know
where I
these-
got involved with the Washington, D.C. and stuff, and went to Washington, D.C. a lot. And he was also, I believe, involved with Monarch, because I remember seeing him, or a fat man that looked like him, maybe younger, in the early 70s and stuff when I first got involved with Monarch. So I think it was him. I'm not 100% sure. Off an Air Force Base, which is also where I met Wall.
Which Wall? Name it. First name. I want it from you.
What, Jerry?
What was his first name?
Jerry?
Jerry Wall, the
Jerry Wall, the FBI. He was an FBI agent in Omaha. Traveled a lot.
When did you meet Wall?
Actually, I trying to go through that. I'm not sure, but I remember seeing him in a lot of the things that we did all through the midway through the 70s up until probably after about 76 to about the time I got away from everything in 86. It's about a 10-year period that maybe, about that.
How many times did you see him?
I seen him a lot of times. Whenever I went to training and stuff, he was one of the guys that was there. I never really got to, not every time I went to training, but about once every couple of months I'd see him.
Training for what?
Monarch.
Okay.
He was
I just want you to say this.
Yeah, okay.
So there's no question about what you're
Okay.
talking about. You understand what
He
I'm
was
saying?
one of the guys that did the mind control stuff that would kind of be like the protector. He'd kind of talk to you when things are happening and stuff and kind of try to make you think that he was on your side and stuff and you could trust him. You couldn't trust nobody else, but you could trust him.
Well, see, when I say Jerry who or Wall who,
Yeah.
what I'm trying to do is I don't want anything to be for granted. I want it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay.
I want it all to be.
I remember him
Want it all to
because-
hang out.
I remembered him connecting with Larry King and stuff because they had met they talked several times. Larry King provided some boys for him. There was a party, I remember there was a small kid that Jerry brought to the party. This is like in the late, before I pulled away from everything, 86.
How old was the kid?
Probably about 6.
Who was the kid? Do you know?
I believe it was his son. Because Pastor John showed me a picture of Wall one time and just asked me if I knew who the guy was. And at the time I said he looked familiar, but I didn't have a name for him. And then we started talking about something one time, and he didn't have these pictures again and stuff, but he mentioned something about some guy and stuff. I said, "You show me a picture of him." And he goes, "Which one?" I said, "One with the kid." And I knew I'd seen the kid because it was the same kid. And the
Where
kid
did you
was
see
in
the? Where did you seen the kid? Where you saw a picture of the kid, and then you tied it into this party?
Well, see, I seen the kid at the party, but when I seen the picture of Jerry Wall and his son, but I didn't know it was Jerry Wall and his son. All I said is the guy looked familiar, but I said the kid looked real familiar. The reason the kid looked more familiar than Jerry was because at that time and stuff was I had been going through I was going through at the same time and stuff, I was going through memory of all the kids that were victimized at parties and stuff. And his face was one that was at a party and stuff. And I have a tendency to, when I see the pictures of the victims, I have a tendency to recognize them before all the perpetrators, because in the past when I was doing the MPD and stuff even, there was blocks on the perpetrators. There was other victims, there was no blocks on them. But who was perpetrating or who was sexually abusing me or whatever they were doing to me, there was blocks that would block them out. I couldn't see what their face looked like. So it's like when I was showing pictures of them, there might have been a resemblance. Like I know I've seen that person before, but I couldn't connect it right away. With the kids, there was no blocks, so it was easy to recognize him, but I didn't exactly know what it was from.
Okay, this kid was about 6 years old. What was the year on that again?
That was about 86.
86. So the child now would be
He'd probably be about
13 years old.
well, 11, 12. Because I'm saying 6. It's 4 to like maybe 5, 6 years old. And that was depending on what year this is.
86. This is.
I don't count 93 yet, so 4, 5, 6. I just had 6
Sweet.
years. I don't add 93.
8 years later. 86, you say?
4, 5, 6. It's only been about 6.5 years.
Okay, so today, how old would that kid be?
Be about maybe 12,
Okay.
12 years old.
Okay, you said that Larry King would send you out to politicians and congressmen, senators. So how did you know they were congressmen, senators?
Well, a lot of times when we were like in Washington D.C. and stuff, I figured it out after a while when they came in, and like some of them had bodyguards. They'd come in and look around. And they'd always be like, they'd always have forward guys that would go in before they would. If they got shot, I guess the forward guy would be shot. And that was mainly with the congressmen and stuff. The governors, we went to different states and we met with, I think I was only with 2 governors.
What state did you go to and when?
There was one out in New York or Massachusetts. I've been trying to figure that one out because we were in, where we were at was like real close to either side. So I don't know where it was at, but I do know that I met with Senator Barney Franks, who was from Boston, or something like that.
Is he U.S. Senator?
I believe so. Barney Franks.
Did he molest you?
He had sexual relations with me.
Okay.
That's later on.
Is it Franks? F-R-A-N-K-S? Okay, who are the governors? Can you remember? Did you recognize any of the politicians?
I don't recognize too many of them. I didn't ask who they were. The only ones I really knew was Studs, a guy named Gall. Were any state senators from Nebraska, as far as I remember?
Did you recognize, aside from the fact that you had sex with some of these politicians, at some of these parties, did you recognize any prominent senators or congressmen or anybody? Even though you may not have had sex with them.
A lot of the parties I went to with King had prominent people, because at Washington, D.C., whenever we were down there, you always had parties. At the beginning of the party, you had a lot of young guys and stuff that were servers. We'd sometimes serve stuff, sometimes we'd be up in the background, we'd be walking around the party and stuff. Nothing was to take place then. After the party was over, the ones that were involved with him, or the ones that he was trying to get political favors from, that won whatever they wanted, they would stay or they'd come in after the party was over, or the next day. See, so at the party, nothing even abnormal. I mean, if somebody was in there and stuff, they'd see no abnormal activities going on, so they would, honestly be able to say that. I've been to parties, but I've never seen anything. So, but I've seen some parties down in Washington. I've seen President Bush there, which I'd rather not talk about him.
Wait a minute, what year was that? Was he president
That was
or vice president?
vice president. That's when he was still vice president. I've never met him as president because he became president in '88, and I never went around him after that.
You saw him at how many of these parties?
I've seen him at about 3 or 4 parties. And
This
at
was
every one of
before-
the parties, you had a little ID card that you had to have. And they had a little scanner thing, and when you went in, they ran it across this thing to get in there and stuff. They had they had special agents everywhere, Secret Servicemen everywhere and stuff. And I fell off the balcony of the place. They had a little window and stuff. I was sitting on there, and I fell off. Didn't get hurt. I got up, but I dropped my card, and I had Secret Servicemen with about 500 guns pointing, about 20 guns pointing at my head when I tried to go back in. Until Larry King came over and straightened it out and said he belongs in here. you know, and that was kind of a spooky thing when you have all those guns pointing in your face and you're only about 15, 16 years old. But the reason was because the vice president was there, so they had to have all the Secret Service. But I also seen at some of them, I seen people like Maureen Reagan, which is, I believe, President Reagan's daughter.
What did Vice President Bush hang around after the party was over, or what?
He was after the party a couple of times, and we were hiding in the closet, but I didn't do nothing with him. He was with a black kid, and he was with a white kid.
What do you mean with a white kid and a black kid?
Well, there was one...
Tell me about the time when you were in the closet.
Well, me and this other kid, we were...
Who's the other kid?
I can't even remember right now. He was from the Washington, D.C. area. So he wasn't from around here, but we were just sitting in the closet talking, just kind of trying to mind our own business, because we were staying away from the rest of the party. We were in a back room in the bedroom.
Was this after the formal party was over?
Well, it was kind of during the formal party, but it was after a lot of people had already started leaving and stuff, and we remember that this couple of Secret Servicemen came in. One went to the window and looked around outside the window and stuff. The other one came in, looked in the closet, and thought he'd seen us.
Was it
He had a
dark?
flashlight. The lights were off. He didn't even bother turning the lights. Come in with a flashlight. Looked in the closet. You know, I guess he didn't really look around it because me and him were sitting on the floor right below him. He kind of looked like this. He didn't even look down. Kind of looked like that and stuff. Turned around, walked out of the room and stuff, and then we seen this other guy come in and stuff, and I didn't recognize him at first.
Was the closet door open or closed?
It was partially open,
Okay.
so we could, we could see out there and stuff. And it's like the two people I knew as Webb. There's two kids that I knew as Webb and stuff. One of them was from Washington area. He was a white kid, and the other one was a black kid. I seen it at 2 different times.
Two different Webb. One is a white, one is a black kid.
Yeah.
Okay.
One was from Omaha or somewhere out here.
Was the white kid or the black kid from Omaha?
The black kid.
Okay.
He's one that was from this area. And I seen at the time Vice President Bush go in, and all he did was the kids performed oral sex on him. That was it.
Kids what?
Performed oral sex on him, and
The kid performed oral. Which of the black kid or the white kid?
both. Well, first I seen him at 2 different times. First with the white kid, then with
When
the
you
black
were in the closet?
Yeah, we were in
Was
the
that
closet both times.
Oh, were you?
That was our normal hideout. Me, him, and other kids and stuff. That's where we hid out at. We'd go on the plaza and stuff when we wanted to get away from the party.
So you were in that closet twice when Vice President Bush came in?
And I was in the closet more than twice, isn't it? About
I mean,
3 or
when
4 dozen
Vice
times.
President Bush came in, 2 separate parties, once with a white kid, once with a black kid? Is
Yeah.
that right? So you saw him twice?
Yeah.
And the kid had to perform oral sex on him? And what happened after they finished?
And he just got up and kind of left, and after the white kid knew that we were in there. The black kid didn't have any idea that anybody was else in the room and stuff. But the white kid, his name was also Joe. It was Webb, and I'm not sure if that was his real name or if he just tried to copy the black kid, because the other kid's name was Wally Webb. Was his name, and the other kid was Joe Webb. But he told us, "Okay, you guys can come out of the closet now."
The white kid did.
Yeah, he knew we were in there because he was one of the kids that used to hang out with us all the time. Maybe like 3 or 4 of us. We just sit in the closet and stuff. And
Well, he used to hang out in the closet and stuff. He figured you were in there, huh?
well, he knew we were in there because he seen us go into the bedroom before we went in there. So we told him we were going in there. He said we're going to go in and in the bedroom and stuff and talk, because that's what we did. We went in there and talked and stuff. And, so he says, "Okay." He says, "I might come in and join you in a little while." Because it was the only place you could hide from Larry King at. He never knew where you were at when you were in there. He always figured you were up in some room with somebody, and so he never wouldn't bother looking for you. So he just disappeared for a while, and he'd go and look in the bedroom. He'd never look in the closet, which had all kinds of stuff in it too.
What do you have in there?
Clothes, anything. I mean, he was kind of a wild guy. I don't know if anybody knew that he was a drag queen, but he liked to dress up in women's clothing a lot of times. I mean, you got Queen of the Max, and
So you're talking about all kinds of women's clothing.
he had some women's clothing, but yeah, men's clothing, suits and stuff.
Could have been his wife's clothing.
Not in his size.
Okay.
She's a small woman. Yeah.
So did you see Bush there any other time?
I just seen him at a couple other parties, but I never seen him do anything.
So you saw him probably at total of 4 parties.
Yeah.
You saw him involved in the sex act twice.
Yeah.
What happened to this Webb kid from Washington, D.C.?
As far as I know, he's still down in Washington, D.C.
What happened to the other kid? Black
Wally?
kid? Yeah. Or
I don't know, no.
Joe Webb was the black kid, wasn't he?
No, Wally was.
Wally Webb, okay. He's from Omaha.
Yeah.
What happened to him?
I don't know. The only thing I know about him and stuff is what I've been kind of picking up here and there from what's been written about it in the book and stuff, even though his name's been misprinted or even though they use a different name for him, they don't use his name Wally in the book.
What other politicians did you visit? Let's say you still went to 2 governors. One was either New York or Massachusetts. And what year was that?
That was in the early 80s. I'm not sure exactly what year.
And where was the other governor?
I couldn't even say for sure. I know it was down around on the East Coast, though. It was down lower toward Washington, D.C., because we were on a trip there and we drove to where it was at. So I'm not sure where it was from.
Who's we?
Larry King. He was the one that always... He accompanied me, or he'd have one of his personal boys. Well, personal men. Because they had Bodies by God, and they had... all that kind of stuff down there.
Did you ever see Bush in Omaha?
No, I've never seen him in Omaha. I've never been there. But I knew a guy that gave us a trip to the White House one night, and that was a guy named Jerry Spence.
He gave you a trip to the White House?
Yeah, it took me and a bunch of other boys for a tour through the White House.
And when was that?
Well, it actually happened about 6 or 7 times.
Did somebody have
Through the
sex?
upper rooms where supposedly nobody goes.
Did somebody have sex with you there?
No, but we went and had sex afterwards. I don't know who they were. I mean, they were...
Where did you go for sex afterwards?
To a hotel that was near the Lincoln Memorial.
Do you know who had sex with you? Spence. Do you know where Spence is from?
No. All I know is he was
Who introduced you to Spence?
Larry King. He got me involved with what they called Bodies by God, and then they also had another group which I was involved with, which was Dream Boys.
Okay.
The group that they ran, and Larry King was part of with getting boys and young men involved with it.
I'm going to show you some pictures. I'm going to show you. Four pictures. You want to tell me if you've ever seen these men before? You put them up for the camera first. That's one. I'm going to show them to you all at the same time. There's another one. Another one. I'm going to block off the name, by the way, when I show it to you. Here's another one. Okay, let me block off this one name. It's as a matter of fact, it's autographed. So, let me block it off. You take a look at these, see if you've ever seen these people. I'm going to show it to them like this. Okay, here's four pictures. Spread them out right there. There. There and there. Some of you've never seen.
This one says it's a better picture of it. Looks familiar. Again, there's that Clarence Thomas.
Have you ever seen Clarence Thomas?
just on TV.
Okay, that takes care of that one. What about
That
this
is
one?
Cornerstones.
It is Gunderson. Yeah.
Okay.
How about that?
Looks like somebody who's at some party with Larry King. I don't know which one it was. Let's see if you can introduce her to him at all. Well, no, I didn't introduce her, but there's a name tag on. Focus in. That's one thing I have like a video camera in my head.
Okay, focus in on that.
What's that there? It's either Bill or Bob.
Remember his last name?
Alan?
Bill or Bob Allen?
Alan?
Where'd you see him?
Try. Well, I see him in several different places. It was all dealing with political stuff with Larry King.
You remember where?
I want to say Dallas at Fort Worth.
We're at the convention when you went down there?
Yeah. The ranch and
What ranch?
Washington, D.C. The South Fork. One where I guess they filmed, what they say, Dallas or something, some movie.
In Dallas, that's Dallas.
Yeah. I say Fort Worth.
Dallas TV. The Dallas TV show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you see him there?
Yeah.
And who was he with?
He was with, well, there were several people. I don't know who he was with, but I know that there was a guy named Bill or Bob, Alan or Alex. I'm trying to get the last letter on the name. Alex doesn't sound right for the last name. Alan is. I say Alan. I gotta say Alan because
You say
Alex is not a last name.
this guy's name is Bill or Bob Allen?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna, for the purpose of the camera, I'm gonna take the signature. This is an autograph photograph. I'm gonna show the camera what his last name. You didn't see this autograph, this signed autograph.
No.
I'll show you what you came up with. And that, for the record, that's Bill Allen. He was a Republican candidate for the U.S. Senate, and in the past was a write-in candidate in 1990. Bill Allen. You identified him. Huh? You what?
This guy looks real familiar. Looks like the governor of California.
You ever see the governor of California?
Just on TV, but
You never saw him at any of these parties. Okay.
I think the governor is.
It is the governor.
Boy, you can sure tell I don't try to make up nothing about somebody. If I don't know from any parties, I won't say nothing.
That's right. That's good. Okay, keep going with your list. Now, what I'd like to do is maybe the next day or so we can go to the library and look at all the U.S. congressmen and senators.
Yeah.
They must have a picture of
There's
them.
Jerry Studs, and then there's a.
Studs is where?
I don't know where he's from. I think it's Jerry Studs, I'm not sure. There's a lot of Jerrys in there. Anyway.
Going back to Alan, did he ever perform any sex acts on you?
Alan.
Bill Allen, the congressional senatorial candidate. You just saw him at the parties.
I see him at parties and stuff, and I know he was around after the parties, so I know he was aware of what was going on with it. King and stuff.
And he's a friend of Larry King's. Okay. Okay, keep going with the list. Anything more on Larry King you want to mention?
Well, I have to go on him separately.
Later.
Several people in here and stuff. If I try to go on, so I take hours.
Okay, well, the ones we need to go on separate, you let me know.
Let you know.
Huh?
I mean, I'll put an asterisk on them.
Well, here, I'll make a note of their name here.
Okay. Citron, Banger, Anderson, and so forth. Carlson is anymore. He's been through prison.
And Anderson, Bear,
Anderson, Bear,
Citron,
King.
Who else?
Well, we'll go through the ones from Nambla.
And Nambla. Okay. Okay, keep going, then we'll come back to those.
Okay.
You have to do a little separate chapter on each one of those.
Next one's Hugh Hamill, and he was from, I don't know exactly where he's from, but I know he's from New York, and I met him on Trickland in Times Square, but he was involved with NAMBLA, and I was in about 82, and I was with him about 2 times, and I don't know what he did because I know he'd been in prison, and I know he went back to prison, and I don't know what else happened. That all happened over a kid named Charles Dyson, which I can explain a lot about that.
What's that now?
What? A kid named Charles Dyson, who disappeared out from his home in New Jersey in '82, end of November, first part of December. But he ended up going back. He ended up getting back home and stuff. But I was around him while he was abducted. I was out there for a week with him and stuff. And
When they abducted him?
well, no, not when they abducted him, but it was after he'd already been abducted and stuff, and I didn't know it. But I was at this place where he was at. They arrested a bunch of guys. Supposedly, they knew where he was at, or that they had something to do with it, which they didn't. People that got arrested didn't have anything to do with it. The guy, John David Bomarito, got away. He was the one that actually did it. Police caught him and stuff. He was wanted in another state. They let him go. He was wanted in Texas, I guess, because this is I got a list from David Thorstad on him, and also from himself, from John Bomarito. And he said that he had a deal worked out with the FBI in some town. He was working with them to try and get NAMBLA, some NAMBLA people in trouble and stuff, and try and put a bad name on them and stuff. He's working with some dirty FBI agents, which doesn't surprise me anymore.
What town?
Well, out in, on the East Coast, I'm not sure exactly what town. All I know is that the ones he was working with were good enough to get the charges dropped in Texas against him for sexually molesting some boys. He had just gotten out of prison in Buena Vista, Colorado for the same thing.
Okay, spell his name for us.
Bomarito? B-A-M-M-R... Is it on here? It is. It should be. B-M-A-M-M-A-R-I-T-O.
First name?
Barons. Yeah, he went by several aliases. Barons. And
Barons for last name?
John David or David John Bomarito.
Okay.
I think it was Bomarito.
And you don't know, remember what town, where the FBI agents were, or what they were going to do?
No, all I know is that he got away with basically kidnapping Charles Dyson, and the other guy that was with him got in trouble for it, and that was, I don't know, I think it was Hugh Hamill. Hugh Hamill didn't have anything really to do with it. I got all that written down.
Will this kid come back then?
Charles Dyson, he went back home when I was in 82 and stuff. And I think he got back home either at the end of 82 or the beginning of 83. He went back home. They got him on a bus ticket. And
Was he found by the
back
police,
home.
or did he turn himself in, or what?
well, he came back home on his own. He came back on a bus and stuff, and the police made it look like. I mean, I know the kid and stuff. He, the entire time he was with them and stuff. I don't know if they ever molested him or not when he was with them. I know that he went skiing and stuff because I was with him part of the time, and basically we went out and did, had a lot of fun and stuff. And I don't know if he ever got molested or not. I think he did. But I don't think
Was he actually kidnapped, or did he go voluntarily?
He kind of went voluntarily, but he was under the age, so it was considered kidnapping.
And how long was he gone?
About a month, I think.
And Bomberito happened the whole time?
Bomberito and some other guy that was with him. I'm trying to remember what the guy's name was.
And you saw him? You were with him that time?
I was with him for a couple of days when I was out there and stuff.
Where?
Out in Connecticut. It was at the Wareham. They had a Wareham cottage where they were at. Wareham, Massachusetts, I think it was.
There's Wareham, Mass. Yeah.
That's what it was in Wareham, Massachusetts, where they were at. That's where they busted, I believe, either Dave, I think it was Hugh Hamill, and they also arrested Harold Baker, who at the time I think was 17. They charged him as being, they had this big thing and stuff, making him look like he was a sexual pervert, doing stuff with minors and stuff. He was only like 17 years old when this was going on. Police were doing it to him.
Police were doing what to him?
Charging him with kidnapping or something like that. And he didn't have anything to do with it. I mean, they charged these guys with all phony charges.
What
I know
police?
that the Massachusetts police and the New Jersey police. And I know that they were false charges because I was out there, and Hamill and this other guy Baker had nothing to do with this kid's abduction. These guys brought this kid there and stuff, and they didn't even know the kid was abducted for a while. And they found out, they told them they had to go on. They couldn't stay. These guys couldn't stay there. And so it's like they made this kid Baker, who was like 17 years old, look like he was a pedophile or something, because he was messing around kids that were about 16 and stuff, which were basically his own age.
Where are these guys from? These two guys?
Hamilton. They're from the Boston, New York areas. With NAMBLA, Boston and New York City are not separated.
Were these two NAMBLA guys?
Baker was. I know he's been involved full force with it. And Hamill, I don't think he ever really got involved with NAMBLA completely. I know he wrote a lot of letters to him, so I read a couple of them when he was in going to jail stuff. NAMBLA did a lot of legal work for him. They had their attorneys working with him, working for him, trying to get him out.
What was he in jail for? On this charge?
On this charge, which was
Trumped up.
It was trumped up by the police and stuff because they were on a witch hunt and after him, even though he hadn't done anything with that. He'd done stuff with other kids and stuff, but he hadn't done anything with the one they were charging him with. So they were making up for it, I guess. Next guy is a guy named Tank. Any gay bar in Omaha, they'd know exactly who he is. Although the Omaha police thought he was a fictitious person, probably made up in our imaginations, and yet he actually exists and fits the description that we described him as.
And Tank is who?
He's a guy that he hangs out in the old market area. He's kind of an old troll. Just hangs out and looks for kids or young guys. And
Is he white or black?
white. Kind of big build. Kind of like a motorcycle fat guy. Lived up in Harney Street at the time, which was where I lived at when I first met him.
How old were you and when did it happen?
Oh, I met him in... First time I met him was in the mid-'70s, and I first got involved with Carlson and that, and started going down to the old Diamond Bar, which was not what it's at now in Omaha, because it's about a block away, because it was across the street from the bus station, which now is a parking lot where it used to be at. So we tore the building down, moved into what used to be the Mosey's Inn, which my aunt used to work at. She was a bouncer and a bartender. Used to throw guys out there. And Mosey used to be the he was a chief of police in Omaha. And he's a really nice guy because I met him several times. And after he died, they closed up the bar, and Diamond Bar took over, which is a gay bar, and they took over, or bought it out. He moved in, but that's where I met him at. And I was with him under about 10 times, and he was at parties with, I met him on the run, and then I met him at parties with Baron and stuff. He was partying with them all the time. And the next guy is Fat Freddy, which His real name is Fred Mertzstark. As far as I know, he's still living downtown area and stuff. He's still picking up young boys. He's always had runaways living with him and stuff, and he always takes advantage of them, making them prostitute themselves to other guys, to himself. At the time, he was probably in his 40s. So he's probably well into his 50s now, for about mid to late 50s. He's a heavy-set guy that always complained that he was going to die of cancer and die of this or die of that, and he never died. Maybe he should have. I met him at the same time I met Tank. So they were kind of running together. They were friends there. He lived up in Jackson Street, about 16th and Jackson. He always lived in the downtown area, around the gay bars and stuff. I met him at the same time we should go out in the mid-70s. And I also seen him at the Rome party there. And the next guy is David Grote. I was with him 5 to 10 times from 79 to 82. So prison, I think that was. And I was out in New York, and I was with Namble. So he was involved the same.
You know what he does? But you know what any of these people do for a living? Mention that also.
Yeah, I will. He goes to prison.
If he's a prison ex-con.
Well, I think he probably would be now. I think he went to prison in 82 or 83. I'm not sure. All I know is he disappeared for a while. Namble was complaining about one more members, but not the two.
For child molestation or what?
Yeah.
Well, do these Namble guys pick on girls too?
Some do, but most of them involved in Namble are involved with the boys and stuff. At least the ones I know of. Kind of interesting, their bulletin there for sexual freedom for all ages and stuff, but yet in their bulletin is filled with little boys in it.
Yeah.
You know, at least that's what it used to be. I don't know if it is anymore.
Yeah.
Because I haven't seen one for. As Paul, I've never seen one, but going on the memories of that person, I was probably about 3.5, well, maybe more, like 4 years now.
Yeah.
Been hard to get into prison.
I know.
They won't let them hurry, I don't think. And again, I don't know how they found me when I was in prison and started writing me again.
Namble did?
They started writing me and sending me letters and stuff, encouraging me. And I'm like going, no, what's your encouragement? You guys are gross.
Well, somebody in the prison took him.
Well, no, it's like when I got arrested. That's the weird thing about it. Nobody in prison knew me, but it's like they knew that when I got arrested and stuff. So it's like funny that they're in connection with the people in Omaha, and how would they know I was in prison? It had to have been somebody that they know in Omaha that would have told these people. David Thorstad was sure is dead, but nobody can get anything out of him. I mean,
Why
they
do you
say that
think?
he died of AIDS.
Oh, they did?
That's what Dr. Denson Gerber said. He died of AIDS.
Yeah.
So if he did, then it's kind of good and bad. It's good that he's dead and he's not abusing more kids, but it's bad because I just think about the kids that he might have infected with it.
Sure he did.
It's just when they're already, I guess. That's a different story. This guy is Jack West. I was with him 10 or 20 times, and he worked at the Max. He was a bartender for a long while. I mean,
What's the Max? The bar?
Max Bar, Maxine's. Now, I don't know if it's Maxine's or what, but
What city?
Omaha. Across from the Omaha Police Department, in fact. You look out their window and see them. In fact, all the gay bars are right around the police department in Omaha. It's their protection, I guess. But Jack West was a bartender there. He was also a close friend of Alan Bear. He supplied boys for parties and stuff because young guys would come in that were underage and stuff, 16, 17 years old. He'd supply them with alcohol and stuff for sexual favors and stuff. He was just involved with Baron King quite heavily. So I know. And then the next guy was a guy named Tom Hardy. He used to be I don't know what he did at the bank or at the credit union, but he worked with Larry King. He was at a couple of parties, and I had sexual relations with him twice. He lived with, after he was like probably in his 30s, he lived with his mother.
Was he white or black guy?
White guy. You know, chunky. He lived with his mommy. Even in his 30s, and I thought that was kind of strange, but so was the guy. The next guy is a guy named Donald Sitzman, and he was a lawyer in the Omaha area. I met him on the run. And I also seen him at some other gatherings, but I'm not sure
What
exactly.
do you mean on the run?
The run in Omaha, it's,
Oh, that's the name of the place?
well, the run is, well, it's the name of a gay bar, but it's also an area that runs from 16th and, or down Leavenworth, across 16th Street, from about 16th to 18th and Leavenworth, over to Jackson Street, and it goes up and goes right around the Omaha Correctional Center, and it's where it's like a, it's kind of like Santa Monica Boulevard is out in Beverly Hills. It's kind of that type of an area. It's where all the gay prostitutes hang out at. Like in Omaha, they got 17th Street, 17th and Farms, where all the female prostitutes hang out. And the gays just got a whole block. They don't just take one little corner. They take a whole block right around the correctional center. And I guess it's just closer when they get arrested for something. That's where I go. They hang out there, and we used to make jokes about, yeah, if you escape from this place, just make sure it's a Friday or Saturday night, and just take off your jumpsuit and run down the street with your underwear. Some guy will pick you up in 5 seconds. If you're a woman, you're going to have a little bit of trouble getting picked up. But now, since when he picked me up, I was with him one time. The only reason I remember his name and stuff is because I stole his wallet.
Sitzman?
Sitzman.
Sitzman.
I stole his wallet. And I seen him on TV one time. He was talking, and this was like back in early part of the 80s and stuff. And I've seen that guy. He says, I know, and I thought, the person I was out with thought, I know where I've seen this guy too. And I don't want to tell anybody I know this guy, but
What is Sitzman?
he was a lawyer. He was.
Well, he was whose lawyer?
I don't think he was anybody's lawyer, but I know he was a big shot lawyer and stuff. He was working out of UNO or something like that. He was an legal advisor or something. He worked with, on some cases he worked, kind of funny, he worked on sexual abuse cases and stuff, prosecuting and stuff with the state for certain cases that were involved with, I think it was Sitzman or something like that. That was involved with some cases involving some people that might have had information with the Franklin case, which the guy who didn't have any information about Franklin because he was an idiot who was getting all his information from everybody else.
Were there some names on the bottom there that you missed?
Down here? Yeah, but it was just a last name, and his name was, come on, I know that. So I went with, I got a better copy somewhere. Maybe in this file. There's only one really not in this file.
Yeah, that's a photocopy, so you need the original.
Yeah, well, I had another photocopy of this same page that got a little bit more page on it. Okay, see, it's in the, it wouldn't be in the victim info. It wouldn't be in the cult info.
Let me turn off the camera.
No, I got it. No. Kids' phone is nothing news. It's like the blank file. Ah!
You got it?
Yeah, it was sitting right on the top. No wonder I took the phone. Just underneath a couple other pictures. No, that's not a good one. Murray. It wasn't on there, but I just remembered what it was.
Okay.
Center, because they were all like this one. Murray. He was a guy who hung around with Tom Harvey and King and stuff, and went out to lunch a couple times and stuff, and they got him drunk one time and ended up in bed with him. I don't think he was into that kind of stuff, because when he woke up he was kind of like going, where am I? He didn't remember anything.
What did he do? Murray.
He worked at the bank apparently with King and no. And that was in '83 in Omaha. I didn't bother telling him what he did because he was remember. I figured, why should I tell him?
He was just drunk.
I don't think he,
You don't think he was one of them?
no, because he was upset at himself. And nothing ever happened since then, and I didn't see him around the bank for very much longer after that either. So
He quit?
I don't know. He just never came around.
Well, did you hang around the bank? You told him the savings and loan there?
The credit union?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't really hang around there, but I was there several times. I met several people and stuff. I went in there one time with a fake mustache on. Nobody recognized me, and I had sunglasses and a fake mustache. I was about 5 feet tall. I thought for sure they'd recognize me because I'd been in there enough. Next two guys I have to put together because they were always together at the same time. And I believe they were probably brothers. Well, actually, they were brothers. They were twins. So I hope they were brothers. Tim and Mark Daniels, they were from Sioux City, Iowa, and they were involved with Larry King. And they were in their early 20s, and they were victims themselves. They were part of a group up there that was running with a bunch of teenage prostitutes at the time and stuff. And it's like a couple years ago, I guess, a bunch of teenagers in Sioux City, Iowa got busted for prostitution. The cops came out and said that the kids were running it themselves, which they weren't. But, of course, that's the cover-up for Larry King, because he was the one running them.
You talking about female prostitutes or male prostitutes?
Male prostitutes and female prostitutes. But they said that the kids themselves were running the show, because one of the kids had files in his house or something. I don't know what the reason was, but I know the kid that had the file. You know, I knew one of the kids kept files and everything. So that's probably why they said that the kids ran it themselves, even though Larry King was the one that ran it. Him and one of his black buddies that was up there. And in fact, one of the other girls who right now is indisposed until probably June for anybody trying to talk to her because she's on parole and she doesn't want to.
Yeah, I don't blame her.
She
doesn't trust him, does she?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I told her she was going to talk to Roy before she got out on parole. And I said, well, I told my brother, I said, when you talk to her, because my brother's going with her for a while, and I said, when you talk to her, tell her don't talk to Roy until she gets out of there. I said, because that'll be a sure way to get her parole tonight. They'll make her jam it just like they did me. So I said, not to put Roy down.
She one of these girls?
She was one of the girls that went up there all the time and stuff, and was involved with going to the parties and in Sioux City, and
Were the parties between Omaha and Sioux City?
they had a lot of parties between Omaha and Sioux City. It's like they flew out of Sioux City to Washington, D.C. quite often with Larry King, and yeah, there was a lot of parties.
Did you have any parties down here in Lincoln?
A couple they were usually at the Hilton, which is
Telephone? Just turn the phone.
Wow. Sounded like Jackie.
It's on. Okay, next. We're back.
we were talking about anything in Lincoln went on. I just started talking about the Lincoln Hilton with Alan Bear and stuff. So.
Oh yeah, right. I asked you if anything in Lincoln.
So some things did happen in Lincoln, but not on a regular basis, and it wasn't very often.
Where did it take place?
Usually at the Lincoln Hilton.
And who would be involved?
Usually the stuff with Alan Barron, he'd pick up young guys from what was called the Boardwalk at the time with after hours and stuff.
That here in Lincoln?
And it was here in Lincoln. I don't know if it's still. It still was a gay bar and stuff, and there were like kids that would go in there like 14 and stuff, and they'd never even card them because they.
Never even what?
Card them.
Oh.
I mean, because they had a thing where if you drank, you had to have a stamp on your hand. If you didn't or anything.
They wouldn't even bother to card them?
Well, if you had a stamp on your hand, it meant that you were old enough to drink. If you didn't have the stamp, then wouldn't give you a drink.
Yeah.
They'd give you a drink whether or not. Or not.
And who else was with Alan Bear?
Well, usually when Alan Bear came down here, it was usually with himself or young guys. So it's usually on his own.
Okay.
There's other guys that were from Lincoln that I don't know who they were, but. The next guy is also from Sioux City, Iowa, and I was with him 3 times. I was with both Tim and Mark Daniels, who we were talking about twice. And that was in 1982. And Jeremy.
How many, what's his occupation, age, and whatnot?
Jeremy?
Yeah, the next guy from Sioux City.
He was in probably his late 20s. He was a teacher in Sioux City, Iowa. And he was involved with Larry King in 1984 and was with him 3 times. And I was dealing with the parties and stuff like that in Sioux City. Next guy I was with 5 or 10 times. He was a guy named Charles Rogers, who found out supposedly committed suicide or something. And sent him to cancer work and stuff.
What about his age and occupation? Or
20s. I don't know what he did. All I know is that he was one of King's lovers.
Black, white.
I think it was black.
So he was in Omaha.
Yeah. He was in his 20s. So that's from 82 to 85. Next guy I was with 3 times. All I know is his first name was Mike, and he's a lifeguard, and he was from Sioux City, Iowa. And that was in 84 at the same parties I met the teacher. And they seemed to know each other quite well.
Who took you to Sioux City?
Larry King. His trips with him.
Driving?
Yeah. Next guy is Keith Jacobson. He was from somewhere out in somewhere in Nebraska. I know he was kind of like lived on a farm in a small town and stuff. And recently they had him in the paper and stuff. He got arrested for supposedly buying some child pornography, and they came up and said that he was framed and stuff. And he got all of his charges dropped and stuff. And I know the guy was a pedophile and like little kids and stuff. And he just said, well, I didn't even look at it. I didn't even have a chance to know what it was even about and stuff. Yet he filled out a survey saying that he was interested in young adolescents having, involved in sexual activity and stuff. And
where did he fill his survey out?
it was a post office sting. It was a sting operation by the government.
Oh, I see. And then he got the material and they arrested him and they dropped the charges?
He ended up dropping the charges because they said it was a setup. He was set up, and the government was creating crime by having this thing where you could buy the stuff from them, and then they get you in the gun.
Why would they bother doing it and then drop the charges?
Well, no, they didn't bother doing all of it. They tried to charge him and stuff, but he had some big shot lawyers and stuff, partially involved with NAMBLA, partially involved with the gay movement all across the country and stuff, because he admitted he was gay. And
where'd that take place?
right here in Nebraska.
Lincoln or Omaha?
More toward the Lincoln area, I think, than Omaha. It was some smaller town. I'm not sure exactly where it was at, though. It was in Keith Jacobson. He was,
How old was he?
probably in his 30s at the time. Close to about that %.
Did you tell me his occupation?
I'm not sure what his occupation was. I know he lived on a farm or something. So maybe he's a farmer. I don't know. That's from 84 to 86. The next guy was a guy named Harold Johnson. He was pretty involved with it.
That camera on you, did you check it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Harold Johnson.
he was involved with a lot of different people. I was with him for about 3 or 4 times. And he was involved with Bear, which Keith Jacobson knew Bear too, and they were they ran around together, so Garrison supplied him with some boys, and vice versa. He supplied him with some boys from a smaller town from where he was at.
Occupation, age.
Probably 40s, 50s. Now he probably about 60s now. Next guy, all I know is that his name was Pearson, and he was at the Dallas convention with Larry King.
Pierce.
Yeah. I don't remember anything else about him. All I know is that we did something one time. And also, there was a guy named Johnson there that they were both involved with the GOP garbage. That's what it is. They're Republican Party GOP. I don't know what GOP stands for.
Yeah, I don't know. It's Republican. They were both involved with the.
They were both at the Dallas convention at the.
Yeah, how many times did
Ranch.
they molest you?
Once.
Once each?
Yeah. They were in the same room at the same time. There's a couple of kids there. Just messed up. Next one is Barney Franks. I mentioned earlier.
I remember the name, yeah.
Senator or congressman, I'm not sure exactly what he was. I know he was a politician from Boston. Massachusetts. He was involved with King and Nambour. I met him in Washington, D.C. several times. I met him in Boston several times at different locations. So it was kind of in several different places.
Total.
About 15 times. 10, 15.
How old is he?
He's probably in his 50s then. So he's probably in the 60s, I don't know.
And see, do you remember if he was a congressman or a senator?
I think he was a congressman. I'm not sure if he was a congressman or if he was a senator. So I've been trying to figure out. Yeah. But he was mainly involved with Larry King. And that's who I met him through, even though they had disagreements on politics. And the reason was that Barney Franks was a Democrat and Larry King was a Republican. I was going to say homosexual, but they both were. And that's the only common thing they had about him, I think.
Was he black or white?
White. Older guy, kind of got you about by your bill or something. So.
He was that well built? Don't laugh.
He's a lot bigger, huskier size than, not a guy of my size, which I don't know too many congressmen or senators that are my size. I don't know too many people who are. Next guy is a guy named Bob Gage. And he was from Los Angeles, and that was with not Larry King, but Alan Bear.
How many times?
With him, one time, but he was one of the main contacts for the drugs.
In Los Angeles?
Yeah.
Did this sexual act take place in Los Angeles?
Mm-hmm.
What was the occasion for you being in L.A. at that time?
Huh?
Why were you in L.A. at the time?
I was there with Case, and we were there to mainly, in '85, I was just picking up packages and bringing them back to Omaha, and I found out what the packages were, and I kind of didn't want to pick them up anymore.
You were with Case?
Again, well, I call him Chase. I said Case, but I missed the letter.
C-H-A-S-E?
Yeah.
And who is he?
He was a guy that I used to go around on scavenger hunts for Larry King, or not Larry King, but Alan Bear. I keep getting those two mixed up because they're almost tied in with everything, or together with everything, so I get them tied up all the time. And Chase was from Omaha, but he was always one that was sent with me to go and pick up things, go and get other kids from other cities.
So how was this guy involved in the drug operation out there, Gage?
Gage,
I'm
not sure if he was a customs agent or what, but I know that he was close friend. I know that every time I went there and stuff, he was always involved in the airport. So sometimes he had a uniform on, which was a security, like a customs handlers and stuff. It was at the international airport in LA.
I live about 5 miles from there.
So,
Well,
yes.
tell me about it. How would you pick up the drugs and all that? And how was he involved in the drugs?
How was he? I don't know how he was involved, but I know that he knew that they were the drugs because a lot of times when he'd bring the stuff to the hotel and stuff, he'd be talking to Chase and they'd open it up and Chase would check and make sure that everything was there. Sometimes they'd take stuff out and they'd weigh it. And
would he bring the stuff to the hotel room? How did you know they were drugs?
I know what cocaine looks like.
Okay. Did you taste it or anything?
No. I was in the bathroom usually, kind of usually peeking around. And
did somebody say that that's what it was?
well, when they're talking about it, you can kind of get the picture of what it is when they're talking about cocaine, because they're talking about, it's the best nose candy you can get.
Best what?
Candy. No, best nose candy you can buy. That's cocaine. Well, I don't know. I never snorted cocaine. I never did cocaine. I never wanted to.
So did this guy come to the hotel in his uniform?
He came to the hotel. No, I never came to the hotel in his uniform. We picked up stuff from the airport. We go to the airport. We'd get off our airplane. We would be going in this thing, and they had this. It's kind of. You probably know what it's like going through customs.
Yeah.
And they have a room or something.
Yeah.
Well, he'd come out of the room with a bag.
You get off a domestic flight.
Yeah, we get off a domestic flight.
Where would you meet him there?
We would have to go through. We go through the airport. We go to where they have the customs offices at and stuff. You have to go all over the place to get there inside the airport because they got it off in one place. But we'd go there. He'd go in this room. He'd come back out and give us a package and say that everything was checked out okay.
Now he had a uniform on there.
Yeah, had a uniform on stuff.
Okay.
So he'd just, he'd give us the bag and we'd usually just walk away, or sometimes we did this several times, stuff where we actually flew in, got on a flight that came in from another country, which wasn't hard because they fly us to California and then we take a plane to somewhere else,
Wait a minute, you get on a flight that would take you out of the country?
Yeah.
Did you have a passport or a visa or anything?
Well, you can get fake passports.
I know, but did you have them?
Yeah, we had fake passports all the time.
Well, did Gage put you on
When we
these?
went there, when we got there and stuff, we always had the fake passports with us because Alan Bear had them already set up and stuff. I had 4 or 5 passports under 4 or 5 different names.
And who gave you those passports?
Alan Bear did. He's the one that got them all for us when we went to California with him several times. He had some of his friends that worked in that department make up all these passports and stuff so we could just...
What department?
What is it? I don't know what department it is. There's an office
You
building.
applied for your passports at the post office.
Yeah.
Is that where you got them?
Well, in California, yeah.
Huh?
Out in California, yeah. We had to go in there, we had to go through this stuff, but it wasn't that hard because we just went in, they took our picture, and the guy who made out the passports gave it Alan Bear and says, well, they've got 5 new identities.
Wait a minute, where would you go? In California or here?
In California.
And there was an office out there where you'd walk in? Was it an
office
official
at Alan
government?
Bear. I don't know. I don't know what it was. All I know is we went in, the guy took our pictures. I don't remember what the building was, what they were doing in there. I don't think it was a post office because it didn't look like one.
What an official government building.
No, but the guy had all the right equipment to make out real fake passports.
Well, was there any money exchanged?
I believe so, but I never seen it. I mean, I'm sure there was.
So he'd have 5 passports for each one of you then?
Yeah, well, he had a bunch of passports, and there was like 5 of us kids, and he took us, and we go there and stuff, and it's like I remember some of the passports, names and stuff, and it's like probably wouldn't do no good because they probably wouldn't be on record anymore. I mean, if this guy made them up, they
You remember some of the names?
Michael Kelly.
Were you?
Yeah. John Ryan. Theodore Bayer. Just give me one of Alan Bear's last names. can't remember what the other ones were. I never used them. The main one I used was Theodore Bear.
Okay, so you'd go to L.A. You'd go over to customs with your fake passport.
You get on a plane to Hawaii, and then from Hawaii you go to the Philippines.
Okay.
And
What's the purpose of this trip?
To pick up drugs. Although we didn't know, we get to wherever we were going. They'd give us packages. We'd bring them back, and when we got here, it always seemed to our packages never seemed to go with the rest of the people that were coming in for the international flight. Our packages never went the right way. Our packages always went in another direction. Because the
And who was there?
customs agent was always there.
Was the customs agent always there?
There was custom agents who would always be there and stuff. And it wasn't always Bob Gage. Sometimes another customs agent, he'd sit there and we'd get off the plane and he'd say, we've been waiting for you. We'd get your packages.
The other agent would say that.
The other agents would say that. Some of the other ones.
Yeah.
And just one, or a couple other ones that did too. Every time we went in there, they were.
How many customs agents were involved in L.A.?
Maybe just 2 or 3, but they were ones that always came up and had our packages for us. And I thought it was kind of strange when they did the packaging and stuff that ours seemed to go off a different direction.
Did you suspect they were drugs?
I didn't suspect they were drugs until I started seeing it in '85 when I started looking out the door and seeing them talk about the nose candy. And I actually
Out the door of the bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'84, I suspected what it was, but I didn't want to get too nosy because I had, it's like Chase told me, because I asked him one time, I said, what's in the package? He says, don't get nosy. He says, you'll disappear if you do. So I never bothered.
Why did they bring you along? You were just a witness.
With the drugs?
Yeah.
Well, the reason they brought me along and stuff was because I was a kid. Kids are easier to get stuff past than adults, and it's like, because in '85 I looked like I was probably about 12 years old, I could act like a brat and I could really drive custom agents crazy and they just let you get out of there. It's like,
Is that what you did?
I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta go really bad. Where's the bathroom at? It's like the custom agent, a lot of times if there was a legitimate one there and stuff, the other one would just take the bag if there was one there. And he'd I'd drive the person crazy, or the other kids that were with us would drive the person so batty that the one agent that was probably on the up, that was right, was honest and stuff, would get so frustrated that he'd probably overlook something by the fact that the other agent would probably grab the bag or push it past, or you could push it past or something, or sometimes they just get you out of there. But you got a bratty kid and stuff, it's like you kind of draw attention away from trying what it was as a diversion. It's kind of doing that, or it's like we had one kid that he'd pee his pants on call. And
You give him a word and you pee him, huh?
well, no, it's just like when we were going through the customs, I always wondered why this kid always seemed to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
If you said, I gotta go to the bathroom,
Yeah.
uh-oh. Oh, he went, and it's like the custom agent was standing right next to him or something. And it's like the guy was like, oh, no. It's like, well, we gotta get you guys out of here real quick,
Yeah.
So they never suspected it. I don't think.
Who all would be there? How many adults?
Usually just a couple. Sometimes they pose as your parents, sometimes they pose as...
Hear any women, older women, pose as a mother and father?
Yeah.
Who were these people? You never saw them again after that?
I seen them when we went on the trips. And it's like, my one lady I met, her name was Thelma, her name was Teresa, her name was Jackie, her name was,
Different names, different trips.
yeah, different names for every trip. And so I never bothered asking what her real name was.
Who was she with? Who was an adult?
The guy? I don't even know. It's sometimes different. It's usually the same guy, though. It's sometimes different, but usually it was the same guy.
Can you draw an artist's conception of those two people?
I have drawn an artist. I got that one picture of her that I showed. Yeah, somewhere in here. I don't know exactly where it's not. Like, I know where it's not at. It's not right where I can find it. Actually, it is right here.
What's the artist's conception?
She's also the one that was with Linda. She looks like Linda Benz, which is there's two people that look exactly like her.
We're going to probably get a better picture of this. I want to try to zero in on that.
Yeah.
She's young, isn't she? How old is she?
Probably in her mid-20s.
You don't know where she's from or anything?
Mm-mm.
Would she bring the drugs all the way back to Omaha?
No, they stopped in L.A.
Then who'd bring the drugs from L.A. to Omaha?
We would.
The kids would, huh?
Chase and me and...
So she would just travel overseas with you?
Yeah, I knew her as Linda or Lisa, but she was with this guy in Colorado, which was supposedly her husband, I think.
You got an artist's conception of the guy?
Not presently with me. Okay.
Did you get it?
Yeah. Now I get it.
She's pretty. You ready?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it focused back on the chair.
Let's set that aside. I want to make sure I have a photocopy of that. The things that we want to photocopy we'll set aside over here.
Okay. A lot of stuff.
Okay. How many countries did you go to?
The Philippines, I went to Mexico, Canada, England, Germany, the Netherlands, lots of times. Amsterdam.
You're talking about a lot of heavy-duty runs, aren't you?
Yeah, the Netherlands weren't for drugs, and that was for pornography and solar pornography. In fact, bringing back probably about a ton of it, maybe more than that even. A couple of crates full of
Did
child
you take
pornography.
porno over?
No. Came back with it, but never took it over.
And did you ever see the pornography?
Yeah.
Where would you, who would tell you to go over there and do that?
I was sent over there by people from NAMBLA. I was sent over there by different groups that were wanting chop or kiddie porn. And we'd go over there and stuff, and a lot of times we'd bring it back in our suitcases and stuff. And I mean, magazines don't pick up on their metal detectors. Magazines had nothing picked up, so they never checked our bags. I mean, kids, they never really checked our bag stuff, and then the luggage that went in the compartments, they never checked.
Well, you said you brought back a carton or
Well, they brought back, one time, or actually about 2 times we went, they had these crates, I mean, big wooden crates and stuff, and the person we were with was supposed to be bringing back, they were supposed to be regular magazines and stuff, which if anybody would open the crate, the first 5 magazines in each stack were just on the top and on the bottom. And there was like 50 to 100 magazines. I think it was like more 100, like 100 magazines each box. But the first 5 on each side, in each box that was inside this crate, were actually just regular magazines from one different thing. So it's like if anybody would have checked the crates, they would have seen normal magazines. Underneath them, they had 30 or 40 different names on the magazines with nothing but kiddie porn in it. And I remember having to go through that stuff with NAMBLA and putting them in envelopes. And then we didn't mail them from the NAMBLA office because their mail was really checked a lot. We took the mail, in fact, I brought most of it back here, mailed it right out of Nebraska. They'd give me the postage for it, they had the postage thing on it, and it'd be mailed right out of Nebraska from different locations and stuff, so they wouldn't, post office wouldn't get suspicious or anything out of it. It's like you're mailing out several, probably close to 50, 60,000 copies of magazines to different guys.
How many trips did you make to the Netherlands for porno?
I don't know,
Yes.
10, 12.
And each time you brought back how much?
Each time I brought back, the least I ever brought back was 3 suitcases.
Were they magazines or were they pictures or what?
They were magazines, and then there was also the main thing that we brought back was there was movie reels and stuff that come in the reels and stuff that you can't open because if you open them, expose them to light, it ruins them. Well, it was like film on them, and they were just like each one was like a slot, it was like a film piece of magazines. So that they could take them over here, and print the magazines over here with them. Instead of bringing back the magazines, they started doing it that way there at the last because it was harder to catch by the authorities because they won't expose the film to light. They can't, they won't ruin it. And they can tell what it is by looking at the real stuff, but they never know what it is. Because you don't fly from the Netherlands to the United States, you always fly into England. You never take a plane, you never get a flight that says that you came from the Netherlands when you're going back to the United States stuff with this stuff, because they know that the Netherlands has a lot of child pornography stuff going on over there. So you just stay in England overnight, you get another plane another plane ticket, and you come in just straight from England. So nobody ever knows you went to the Netherlands. When you come over from the customs, it ain't on the flight records or none of that stuff. They don't have it. But
your passport would have the stamp Netherlands on it, though.
But you use a different passport.
Then you pull another passport.
That's why they gave us all the passports, and they kept giving us new ones every time we went somewhere.
So when you'd go overseas, you'd have like 5 passports for each trip?
You'd have several different passports. Sometimes you had to remember which ones you used in case you don't use some of the same customs agents. That can come to be a problem. But, it's like when we were going into California, it was never a problem because they see so many people that, if you're going there every couple of months, they'll never realize it. But when you're going to another country and you're going to be going through the same customs maybe twice in 2 days, 2 or 3 times in a couple of days, you take a couple of use the same passport, but you have a couple of them on the same one. So I never.
Did anybody in Omaha ever ask you to go to the Netherlands to pick up the porno material?
I picked up porno material for Walter Carlson over there, some of his group of stuff, and actually I picked up some. He didn't send no money because he traded them. He sent them some, they sent him some.
But he sent them some porno pictures?
Yeah.
What were the pictures of?
Myself, a couple of dozen other kids, a couple hundred other kids. And when they arrested them, they only got like 10,000 photographs.
When they arrested who?
Walter Carlson and Joe Burke and that whole group, they got like 10,000 photographs.
Oh, kids from probably overseas, right?
Well, that's just the kids that were from here.
Oh, from here?
The film that he got from overseas and stuff, he never kept at his place, and he never kept it at any of the other guys' places. He had another place they kept it at, and I know it's not there any longer, because I'm sure they've gone and went and got it. In fact, I know they have, because I tried to go and find that after I talked to the police in 86 and stuff, because I went and tried to find it, and it all disappeared. I mean, the whole...
You told the police where it was, and then it disappeared, huh?
Well, yeah.
Well, do you figure that the pictures that were taken here in Omaha ended up in the Netherlands and vice versa?
Yeah, they probably use them over there. And
can you, if I went to the Netherlands with you now, could you tell me where you delivered it?
I don't know. It depends on if they change the country.
Well, would you be able to go over there and find some pictures of the kids?
Would I be able to find them? Yeah. You can probably go to the store and buy some of them.
Pictures of you
I don't
and
know.
some of the other kids.
That one might take a little more doing, but I'm sure I could probably...
So if we put you on a plane and sent you over there with, say, somebody like me, we could probably find some pictures of American kids over there. Of course, I'd look too much like a cop. I couldn't do it. But I got some people that could do that.
Yeah.
So I think when we get some money down the road, we ought to consider that.
Yeah.
Don't you think maybe your pictures and the pictures of local kids are probably already gone by now? Or
Those type of pictures will circulate forever, because even though one pedophile might have seen it a million times, another one might think it's a new picture. I mean, when you're not wearing anything, they can't tell what the styles were, what you were wearing at the time. I mean,
well, are these pictures of babies too? Little 2, 3-year-old babies?
No, all these pictures were like... I mean, I'm sure they have them, but I never was involved in guys that were like that. Most of the guys I was with, like kids that were like about older than 6, but under 16. And they went from 6 about 10 years.
Were any of your guys involved in kids in under 6, 2, 3, 4-year-old kids, like preschool kids?
Some sickos from California and some up in Minnesota. Those were usually ones that were involved in generational Satanism and stuff that I remember being involved with that stuff.
Okay, and we're in California.
Bakersfield.
Could you identify those people now?
Pretty much so.
And we're in Minnesota.
See, was it Jordan? Yeah, Jordan, Minnesota.
Where they had the trials.
Yeah, well, I don't know anything about the trials, but I know that I've been told about everything. That everything I've said is checked out, and people have told me just a very little bit about things I've said about being right, and I'm like going, well.
Things you said about what?
About what some people in Minnesota and some people in California.
About the 2, 3, or 4-year-old kids.
Yeah, like in Minnesota. I
Huh?
knew some of the kids that were up there with the Bences.
I didn't understand that.
Oh, Bob and Linda Bence.
Oh, were
They
they?
were involved with the Minnesota Jordan. They abused their kids and stuff, and they got their charges dropped and stuff. And,
You know the names of other individuals in Jordan, Minnesota?
James Rudd, he had a 17-year-old brother. They charged his 17-year-old brother. I remember this because we went up there and stuff. And the thing I got mad about was the fact they charged his 17-year-old brother and his parents and stuff with sexual abuse of children and stuff. And it's like a 17-year-old brother. I thought that was kind of wrong to charge a kid that was like that. He was abused all the time too. He was one of the victims himself.
That's one of the
And then
problems.
they end up dropping the charges against everybody
How about
except for
Bakersfield?
James Rudd.
You know any more people in Jordan, Minnesota?
Know some more, but I'd have to
Think about it.
think about it.
How about Bakersfield? Do you know any of the names out there?
Oh. Yeah, I'm trying to think what they were. I haven't thought about them for a long time. There was a lot of Satanism going on out there. 'Cause the people that were involved with the Anti Days group.
In Bakersfield.
Involved with the Days group and Church of California. And
Did you ever get into any of that 2, 3, 4-year-old sexual abuse down in the LA area? Things making funny noise. Well, you stop and start again. It's not making the noise anymore. Okay, we turned the camera on and off because it was making a funny noise, and we're back on. We were just gone for a minute or so. Okay. Any of them down in the LA area? These people that were involved in these 2, 3, 4-year-old kids?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember, or you don't think so?
I'm not sure. I'm just not. I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. Let's see, anything more on the drug runs and the porno runs? How many drug runs did you make?
I don't know. Sometimes I don't know.
How many?
Because
Huh?
I didn't even guess because it's like I didn't just do drug runs from there. I did drug runs from other places, I'm sure, because we picked up stuff. But
Okay, from what period to what period? Just guess.
from 82 till 86, probably 100, maybe more.
All over the world, huh?
Usually it's from Philippines or from Mexico or from California.
Did
Mexico is
you,
usually what we from.
where'd you go in Mexico?
I don't remember, but it's the easiest place to get stuff fast.
Where did you go in the Philippines? What town?
Usually it was just to, I don't even know, all I know is the airport we flew into. I was in town that their airport's in, which is,
You don't remember what town?
Mexico. Mexico, I'm sure it was we went to Mexico City, I remember that, plus we went to several other places. And in one place we went through the border when he was with Emilio was always in Nogales because he was friends with the customs agents that were there. So we had family that lived all over there. So we had family on both sides of the border as far as I know, and we got in Nogales. And so...
That'd be out of Texas, wouldn't it?
Nogales?
Huh?
No, that's out of Arizona.
Was that Arizona? Tucson? Tucson area? Tucson's right near the border.
Yeah, it's close to that. Nogales, Arizona.
Okay. Okay, anything more about the drug runs and the porno runs?
Not much need to know.
Okay.
Come back to stuff specifically on certain things. We don't forget about everything else.
No. No, what do you mean?
The rest of the list.
No, that's what I'm saying. Let's go back to the list.
Yeah, okay. The next guy on is John Phillips, who I lived 2 times. 1977. He was from, I believe, Des Moines, but then I met him on the run in Omaha, so he may be lying about being from Des Moines. I don't know.
Yeah.
Not too many people told me exactly where they're from. The thing about him is there was a guy that just got killed in a car crash not too long ago named John Phillips. He had been about the right age, but I've never seen a picture of this guy, John Phillips, who was killed in a car crash. He was from Bellevue, or Sarpy County, I believe, is where he's from.
Where was he killed in a car crash?
Up in the Omaha area.
How do you know about it?
It was on the news. When I heard it on the news and stuff, the only reason I remembered it was because of the guy's name. And I remember when I heard it, I was like, the name sounded familiar. And I remembered immediately where it was from, but I was wondering if it was the same person or not, so it might just be a coincidence.
Where did that activity take place, in Omaha?
Yeah, on the run. I got picked up. That was mainly on the run, but he was the guy that introduced me to Alan Bear in 1977. Or not, 77, yeah. 77, I was at some party stuff before I ever met Bear and did anything with him. It was like 70, I think it was 78 when I went to the party at the, this was at the, above the jail, right next to the sense, because there's a penthouse above it. There used to be, I don't know if there still is now, but I can remember that penthouse perfectly. And I remember it had glass doors all around, it had a zebra skin rug, it had a white piano, it had an ivory tusk on the piano, it had a fake fire, not a fake, it had a fireplace in it. The bathroom was the only thing that really stood out to me because it was odd. It had little cowboy scenes on the wall. I mean, the whole apartment was fixed up really nice. With $1 million furniture, it looked like. And you go in the bathroom, there's little cowboys on the wall. And it kind of
Didn't mix?
didn't match for me. I mean, I looked at it, it's kind of like, who did the decorating in this place?
Well, why were the little cowboy? What were they doing?
I don't know. All I remember is I can remember the bathroom. Because I kept going back to it, and I kept thinking that was a messed up memory. I thought it was, this can't possibly be a correct memory. And then I remember going out the one room into the bathroom, and it's like I could never get it fixed, but it's like I just see little cowboy scenes on the wall. So I just said that was, and somebody else that I know confirmed that that's what it had in the bathroom. They had been there too, and had seen the cowboy scenes on the wall, and wallpaper in the bathroom. So it stood out just like Colonel Aquino's bathtub stands out because he has the tiger claws on it. Let's talk about that later.
Yeah, we will. We'll go around there.
We haven't gotten into
Huh?
that guy. We haven't gotten into that stuff yet.
No, we got a long ways to go.
Next guy on the list is Mark Kilman. I was with him 3 times. He was from Lincoln.
Of the what time?
1978. Huh?
What'd you say? Mark Kilman from where?
Mark Kilman from Lincoln.
Oh, I thought you said something with the Century Times. I
I was with
misunderstood.
him 3 times.
Oh, with him 3 times, okay.
May have come out as Century Times. So
Okay.
I say 3
Okay.
times.
Okay.
Get tired, I start slurring. And I met him on the run in Omaha. And I know he was from Lincoln because he came down here several times and went to his house. And he was in his early 20s. Lived with his mommy and daddy. And went to school at UNL. He was a pretty smart guy. The next guy.
What year was that?
1978. 11 years old. Next guy is a guy named Bob Bentor. He was also from Lincoln and good friends with Mark Tillman, and he also went to UNL.
Year.
78.
How many times?
3 times.
Three?
3 times. Whenever Mark or Bob pick me up, they're usually together or something. So.
Where did this activity take place?
In Omaha.
Oh.
They picked me up off the run, and we came down to Lincoln, so some of it took place here in Lincoln too. So.
Were in their homes or hotel or what?
Usually it was at Bob's house because he had an apartment. Mark lived with his mom and dad. Actually, his mom because his dad was dead.
Yeah.
And I know he knew Alan Bear because we talked about it, so he told me to stay away from the guy. So the guy was death.
He said stay away from Alan Bear, huh?
He's also said, you know, he was in his, I don't know if he's in his 20s or his late teens. I mean, he was not an abusive guy. Neither one of them, Mark or Bob, neither one were abusive guys. They were, generally, for people who abused me, they were the nicer ones. And I don't know if they were really abused because I was on the run and I was there for a reason.
When you say on the run, that's where
the male prostitutes hang out.
that's where they hang out, like Santa Monica
Teenage
Boulevard in L.A.,
prostitute, yeah.
right? Okay.
This guy on the list, I knew him as Steve from St. Paul, Minnesota. And I was with him one time. And, you know, I really put him on the list because besides being on the run one time, they just put down everybody that abused you. And the time I just started putting down if I remember the name or not. And this guy's a guy named Dave Kruger.
So Steve was in Omaha then?
Yeah, he made a trip to Omaha for some reason. He's from St. Paul. I remember that because I looked at his license. That's also how I knew his name was Steve, but I didn't bother looking at the last name. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But, I was with Dave Kruger one time in 1978. He was from Des Moines. I met him on the run. So,
How many times?
so I don't know. I can't even see it. I said he's from Des Moines. Still on the bit. No, I was with a lot of people from Des Moines also. But not on the run. Next guy I was with 3 times. His name was Fowler. I'm trying to remember his first name for a long time. I met him in 1979. I also seen him at parties with Alan Bear, and I met him he was from Omaha. I also met him on the run. First picked me up on the run, and then went to Alan Bear's parties because he didn't know I even knew Bear. And after we met each other at the party, but that's when that happened was at parties. Next guy was with one time that I can remember. The reason I say that is I got around this guy and he drugged me a lot. So I don't know if there was more than once, but his name was Joe Ramos. He was a teacher from Chicago. And I met him on the run, but I also met him in Chicago. He ran a group of kids and stuff for another guy who got busted, who had a pink file, had a big file with all these guys' names and stuff. Minus, of course, well actually I don't know if it was minus their names or not, but nobody's ever came out with the fact that Alan Bear's name was in it, Harold Anderson's name was in it. In fact,
Where'd this file come from?
it was a file that this guy had kept. They got arrested, not Joe Ramos, because he's never been arrested. He was a teacher. That's how he got most kids for his business, because they prostituted kids out. And he was the one that recruited a lot of the kids. He's never been arrested, as far as I know. Never been found out about. But
Why would you make a file of the perpetrators?
well, because they were all over the country and stuff. And the reason was is he had on these file cards, he had what type of kids this person liked. And these people would call him and they would order kids from their own areas, and these guys would have kids from I was their kid from Omaha, and I helped supply them with other kids that were my age and stuff to do things for men here in Omaha, and also in Chicago and New York.
So this guy was Chicago?
Yeah,
And he had pictures of the perpetrators?
No, he had file cards. He didn't. Joe Ramos didn't have them. The other guy had them. The other guy got arrested. They found this file card thing, but of course, the FBI, I believe, is the one that arrested them. So it's like any of the files that they didn't want to become public would have probably disappeared.
Well, who was in the file card?
I know Alan Bear was because I was in this apartment. And I had to make calls to some of these guys, and so when I did, I had to set up appointments for some people, and then I had to call the kids. The kids' files were kept in a different place. I mean, the file, they had over 100,000. I say probably close to 100,000 file cards
Perpetrators.
from all over the country.
And
That's also where the mailing list came from, to mail out things for,
when was this arrest made?
I don't know what it made.
When did the FBI obtain these cards?
I'm not sure. It was in the 80s. I'm sure the FBI is the one that got them because they're the ones that were investigating it. They're the ones from
And
the
where was the
Chicago
arrest made?
area.
In Chicago? And who was arrested?
I don't remember what his name was. I've been trying to remember this guy's name, but I can't. All I know is he had been in prison for molesting kids before that. And I arrested him for doing the same thing to some kids and stuff.
And whose name was on there besides Alan Bear?
Oh, I don't. Harold Anderson's name was.
You know it was up. You know that Anderson's name was on there.
Yeah.
You what? You see it?
Yeah.
Okay. What other names did you see?
Says Anderson and.
You want to turn that off? It's 11:53, and I have a personal problem. I have to fly back to Los Angeles tomorrow morning first thing, so we will continue this at some date in the future, not too far distant in the future. Thanks very much.